Hello, hello. Hey, the Cube Miser. I do not usually see you redeeming the first redemption. Congratulations. You've claimed it for your own. I've got my Steam chat open. I've got my YouTube chat open. I've got my Twitch chat open. How many more chats does a man need? The answer is 6, and I shall not get them. Okay, so we are going to go through a whole bunch of issues that I think are important for these festivals. There's a lot of stuff. Is that out of stock? It's because of the Cube Miser. But hey, Kevin. Hey, Thels. Thanks for the resub. 2.5 years. Hope you're doing well, Thels. Good morning to you, too. This is not super important, so I'm just going to file an issue on this one. But figure out why Skeleseller asks for permission. What's the exact dialogue? I should probably get the exact dialogue. How do we even get the exact dialogue? Maybe like this. Get that. No, not that. Get this. Put this into temp, maybe? Temp downloads? Careful, that's Skeleseller 2. I don't want to reveal that one yet. Can you imagine if I already started working on the sequel? Not even done with the first game. That did not work. How do you get this to work? Maybe you have to put it in a different location? Oh, or maybe I already did this with this one? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. All I know is that sometimes it asks me for permission. It's not doing it. Man. Wait, let's turn that off. I don't know what's going on. Finding some good background music. Hey, Trackley. Just messaged you on Discord before realizing you were live. How'd the recent checkpoint go? Life been busy, so not been on Twitch much. So there were two things that happened. One was checkpoint 5, and I'd say that went pretty well. There are more people who are just kind of either streaming or recording videos without me even asking, which is nice because I don't need to set anything up, and it's the same thing I would have done anyway, pretty much. So that's been good. I found, I'd say, a list of things that need to be done for next fest. We're right now in the middle of Idler Fest. It started on Monday. And on that first day, we got, I forgot the exact number, but like plus maybe 60 wish lists. And then yesterday, we got only like plus 26. There are a couple things that are contributing to this. So it's Idler Fest, which means it's only idle games. Idle games are typically games you're supposed to leave open for a while. Skeleseller is not really in that vein. Skeleseller has maybe about like 90 minutes of gameplay, and it's not really benefited by leaving this open for hours and hours and hours. Well, anyway, the games that do allow you to leave it open for hours are going to make it to, hang on a second. Oh, wow, they removed the Idler Fest thing from here. What? Is it like, is it farther down the page? They're not even advertising it? What? What's the point of a festival if it's not on their homepage? Hang on a second. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder when they removed it. Anyway, there's some like categories slash idle. This is the festival. Apparently, they're not even linking to it anymore from their main page. But if you look at demos, that it says games sorted by their demos all-time peak user count. So imagine you have a game that you leave open for 10 hours on end. Now, if you're going to have only 10 people playing it, there's a much higher chance of them overlapping if they have it open for 10 hours. And then they'll be higher up on this list. So if you scroll down a page or 2 or 3 now, probably. Yeah, we're so far down this that I don't think we're even going to show up anymore for people, really. Are we even on this? Skeleseller, no, wow. There it is. It's like 8 pages down now. Yeah, so I think that's it. Like, as far as Skeleseller is concerned, it's probably dead in the water for this festival, which I think is okay, but I think this is probably what's going to happen as well for next fest, which is like there are going to be 50 games that are super hyper polished and are different genres altogether. Is it for incoming connections? No, it's for access to my external. Curious to know what notes you took away. Well, I addressed some of them yesterday, so now I don't have them here anymore. I did write a couple of things on GitHub. Yeah, make the settings button bigger on the title screen, make the state more clearly discernible. And then I tackled some tasks yesterday. I think there's the patch notes on Steam somewhere. I don't even know how I'd find this. Probably go here and then news. What is this? The banners at the top of the page. View all. Yeah, so some of these things were recommended by you, I think. The fonts being consistent, that had been suggested by a couple people. Oh yeah, there was text on the screen when you had a sign, and now it is in a tooltip. So a lot of little things. Hey Silas, hey Leftist, and hey TJ, and Potro, and Smack, and Avocado. Sorry, I missed a bunch of stuff as I was rambling about Steam. So I guess there are pros or cons either way here. So with Idler Fest, it's like everything is in the same genre. So that's kind of a pro. You're not competing with a first-person shooter, for example. But the cons are they're mostly pushing paid games. Makes sense. Valve is a business. And the other thing is that they're not all just demos. So if you do go to Idler Fest, the top of the page, first of all, I think they have featured by default. The only games that are featured are ones that have either they're paid or they're free to play, which means they've got microtransactions. So yeah, you see these little sale signs everywhere. That's not accidental. That's because they make money. Same thing here. None of these are just demos. And then same thing here. None of these are just demos. The only way you can see the demos is through this. Next Fest is different because it's all demos. So there is no way of seeing like a discounted tab because that doesn't make sense. They're all free. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of where we stand. I've gotten a lot of feedback. I think there's a lot to address, and we're going to just start working on it. As I said, an import function to a custom CRM today. Field mapping took 5 hours to create. Forgot to push it. 1 week later, they asked for a stats, and I pushed it when they saw it live. Oh, man. I would probably do the right thing and say, oh, it only took me a day. Yeah. You saw it on the homepage? Interesting. Let me go check one more time. Like maybe it's a random thing. If I were Valve and I saw, oh man, this festival isn't actually getting us a lot of money. Okay, now it's showing up. I'd probably be like, let's just tone it down and only show it to 70% of the people. Just try one more time. So it showed the first time, or sorry, it did not show the first time and it showed the next 2 times. Although I could be getting, like sticky sessions on a load balancer or something. Who knows? But yeah, if this doesn't even show up on the homepage, then I feel like it's like not even running a festival at all. It just happens to be that a category of games has coincidental sales, which you'd never even realize if there weren't a banner. I guess on the sale pages, you'd see it, right? If I click like any random game here, it says at the top. And then from there, I guess you'd find it. Anyway, that's where we're at. What about Sims being re-released to the masses after 25 years? I think that was actually, I think it's a pretty smart move to re-release games because there is demand for it. The Sims kind of botched it because of all the lack of modern quality of life things, and I guess the game's crashing a lot. But man, I looked at the screenshots from Sims 1 and I was like, "Oh my goodness, I remember this looking like real life. Like how does it look like this?" And I know this is a pretty common sentiment amongst gamers who grew up during the whatever N64 PlayStation days with the very first 3D games, and they thought of Super Mario 64. Maybe they hadn't looked at it in years, and they're like, "Yeah, it looked like a real Italian man." And then you look at it, and it's like 10 polygons. I felt the same way about The Sims. I was just like, "This was real life. What are these blocky graphics?" Anyway, I think that we can repro this issue by exporting a new version of the game, but I'm not positive that's going to work. Well, let's try it out. So export, yeah. And then delete this and this, go back over to here, game out, Mac. All right, this should get overwritten pretty soon. Sales double. Yeah, Mario 64 definitely blew my mind when I first played it. I thought it was a lot of fun. Called Postigons. It may need to be in desktop documents or downloads. I'm pretty sure it happens even from downloads. Oh, maybe it's because I ran it from my external. The thing is, it doesn't actually try saving anything. That's the part I thought was a little weird. Yeah, maybe this is no fault of the game, but let's just take a picture of this anyway. Okay. All right, new issue. Figure out why Skeleseller asks for permission on Mac OS. What does the thing say? Access files on a removable volume. I'll just say file permission. Note that I launched the game from, again, what does this say? From my removable volume here. But I think this can happen regardless. I really need to just test that really fast. As long as I'm just filing an issue, it's not like I'm tackling this now. And I don't think many people are going to care about this. Unless, does this happen through Steam? I don't even remember. If I try launching this, it does happen through Steam. Yeah, that is a problem. And it doesn't matter if you click don't allow. It's not even trying to save to the external volume. This can happen when launching through Steam, which is why this is really bad. We don't even need to, or I don't think that matters. Either way, if you disallow access, the game works fine. Hey, Dark. Maybe Godot trying to get a hold of the right directory. It might be, and it might be that in here somewhere there's a thing that we can turn off. I don't know. I'll need to look into that at some point. Because unfortunately, there are not a lot of Steam games that are on Mac. Well, at least not a lot of games that I own. I guess if you click this little Apple button, you can see them. Botland being the best one, of course. But I would need to download some small game and see, does that also happen there? Yeah, maybe I should try that out. Maybe the first step is to try downloading something like the Stardew Valley run on Mac? Yeah. Stardew Valley and seeing if that has the pop-up. If it does, maybe we don't have to do anything. Okay. Maybe people without external drives won't get the prompt either. Yeah. I think for now we'll just leave this as an issue. Like I said, it's not super important. And it only happens once at launch, and yeah, I'm not sure. Item values are harder to read. So I got rid of all the extra fonts we had in the game. We were using Roboto, we were using some Hand of Sean font, and now we're just using Skeleseller specific stuff. So that changes item values. If we just click this and then this, I think this is legible when you zoom in, but I actually think it's a little less legible when you're zoomed out. Maybe to this level, it's not too bad. But it kind of makes me wonder if we should change this somehow. See, the thing is, even just increasing the size would be great, but then you're eventually going to run into issues where you can only have so many digits before these start colliding with one another. Were adventurers always rendering on top of items? I think so. And I think they should. It would look very weird if they walked underneath them. Would there be a way to put the price of an item below it on its stand? Um, yeah, so I think we have some high-level options here. Option number one is just don't show the value of an item unless a certain condition is met. Maybe the mouse is over the item. Maybe the item is in a shop. Or maybe there's a setting or something like that. The other is show item values in screen coordinates. so that they're always visible or always legible, I guess. And the other is like keep doing what we're doing. The whole show them in screen coordinates would be like how you see that tooltip saying value 3G. The problem is that takes up more space when you're zoomed out. So imagine having this over here. Now, even just a 1-digit number is taking up pretty much the whole space that we have. Hey, Mr. Evil Rex. And hey, Thomas. Even on item displays? Oh, no, I don't think that was the case. Okay. Looks like adventurers and workers are rendering. I'll just take a screenshot. Hard to get a screenshot. All right, let's just make 1,000,000 workers here. Yeah, there. Wait, whoops, I messed that up. I'll just file this issue. Adventures are rendering on top of warehouse items. I think this may have happened somewhat recently, but I don't know for sure. We should probably fix this. We should probably do it for the festival stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Good catch on that. Maybe the whole not having the values, you're gonna see them when you sell an item, because there's that little kind of green text that shows how much money you earned. Let me do this really fast. All right, you're gonna see them once the item is purchased, but should you see them while they're in the shop? I kind of wonder. Let's see what it would look like without them, I suppose. There is a lot of text on the screen, and yeah, the problem is that most people play at a zoom level like this, or maybe this, from what I've seen. Like no one's gonna be playing the entire game like that. Then yes, it's perfectly legible. This looks great. But yeah, it's something like this, which is pretty standard. I think it might be a problem. Let's try turning it off and just see what happens. Cost label, that's on an item display. Cost label. Set cost label visible false. Where do we set that to true? Here, let's just not set it. There, okay. So now it's going to be, I mean, it's going to be pretty obvious. It's just going to be the items with no values. See, the problem is you can't hover over an item while they're dragging. I guess that's not really a problem. Plus, that was always the case. Yeah, so you'll see how much you made from that. How do people feel about this? Item costs are now not showing unless you see it in the tooltip, basically. Hey, Puppet, how were the holidays? The vacation? The vacation was amazing. I'm not sure if you're talking about before that, like New Year's and everything, because I think I've seen you since then. But either way, everything was pretty good. Think this is better. All the label stuff just breaks on different resolutions. I don't think it's that it breaks on different resolutions. It's just the zoom values where it would break. Like your monitor or your game window can still be any size. That's it could have been like this and you'd still be able to see it, but you'd never be able to see it when it was zoomed out really. I just wonder is something missing here. I think if we're gonna do this, we probably should change the tooltip and make the value a little bit more obvious. Mm, I eventually want to put some more information about how the value came to be. Because right now it says 15 gold. It there's there's a thing over here. Where is it? There's a thing over here that says item sales are worth more. We need to eventually say how they got to be worth more. Still didn't share where you went, right? Correct. Yeah. That's yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna get rid of this. Got back from Japan on the 30th. How long were you there for? And how was it? Mr. Halsey, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. This is earlier than you normally raid. Usually it's like 22 minutes from now. What's going on, Mr. Halsey? Do you have an early meeting? 3 months, it was fantastic. Nice, 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 nice. How's your Japanese coming along? For anyone just joining in, we are working on Skeleseller, and there is a Steam festival going on called Idler Fest. And if you go to Steam, and occasionally when you see this banner here, it won't say Monster Hunter. Oh, wait, seriously? It's not a just refresh the page thing? Okay, there. I deleted the cache. And I don't know if that actually has something to do with it or if it's just a random chance. But yeah, there's an Idler Fest going on right now. And unfortunately, we're like buried in this thing. We're only a demo right now. So we show up like many, many pages down. It's quite a shame. Yeah, it's like 6 pages down now. 7. I wasn't really counting, but it's far. Oh man. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, it's too bad. I think I'd have to pick up the marketing that I'm doing myself. Want to ponder some things before work. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Well, I hope you're doing well. I hope work goes well. Do you still accept feedback from viewers? Yeah, of course. I also have this in the game, provide feedback. This links to a Google form that you can fill out if you want to give any other feedback that maybe didn't fit somewhere. Did in a small city, so I was forced to use it constantly. Made a lot of good friends. Wow, nice, 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 nice. Yeah, sounds like a good trip. So, what's your mental state now that you're back? Are you happy? Are you not happy? All right, we are gonna turn this off. I wonder if we should just delete the cost label entirely. We never show it now, so I don't think there's a reason for it to exist. And I guess adding it back in the future isn't really that hard, right? When do we do this? Remove the item, sets it to false. Setting the item sets it to true. That's it. Yeah. Plus, we'll always have the commit that we can look back on if we ever need to. All right, delete the cost label. Cost label. Man, every little change like this just further invalidates the trailer of the game. If you... Wow, sorry about that. I don't know how super loud that was. But yeah, if you look at the trailer, it's like the cost labels are showing. We have the old tavern. We have the old town hall. That's all. We don't have the new town hall in the game yet. Yeah, so slowly and slowly this is getting obsolete. Cost label. Set the text, set it to visible, set this to visible. There we go. Remember rougher the politics going on? Rougher than I'd like. We finished our impossible migration for the university, got bonuses, then half the department got laid off. Oh man, that's not good. Sorry to hear that, Leftist. That whole, if it doesn't have a label, it means it's free. I worked in a grocery store for several years, and I heard that probably at least once a week. Yeah, maybe once a month. I think it's not so much that people would say it, it's that it would almost always be accompanied with like an "I'm clever for saying this" kind of face. I bet no one's ever thought of this one before. Okay. I think this is fine, but one of the things that people have been asking about is like, is there a way to sort items in here? And there's no way to sort items in here other than manually doing it. But also there's no real reason to do it. Like, so what if all your potions are next to each other or they're sorted from like least expensive to most expensive. It's like your workers are just going to pick a random one anyway. And possibly what people are really asking is like, could I sort this so that my workers would always pick the most valuable ones? But yeah, I think we'll just cut this out. All right, remove cost label from item display. It's harder to read now with the font that we're using, but also there are two other problems. It's affected by the camera zoom, meaning if you zoom out far enough, you won't be able to read the text. And two is that item prices will probably eventually have 3 to 5 digits, meaning there won't be space to render their costs. All right. Now, this is something I would love if the commit message thing could do for me, which is add in these two spaces and get this to line up. But it doesn't do that. It only wraps the lines at 72 characters. Or so that you can manually select things to fulfill a quest faster. Yeah, there was another thing I've kind of learned by watching a bunch of people play, and it's that people, I think, need to be nudged a little bit more about where there's a bottleneck in their town. So, for example, here we see I have a bunch of items. So that's not a problem. I have a lot of shop space, so that's not a problem. But people aren't really buying the items, so that's a problem. And at that point, what the game is kind of trying to get you to do is like, oh, hey, go and get more customers. And now they'll all stream in over this bridge, and now they could buy some of those items. The other thing you could do is you could make customers move faster, and we could potentially have multiple of these. So now they're moving a lot faster. We could also get the town perk that makes them move faster. Okay, so now they're going to be like darting around town, and they will buy these items now. This thing about fulfilling quests faster, in my mind, is like we need to give you tools for automating this, which we kind of have, adventurers and workers. And people will still want to do something. But yeah, manually dragging items was never intended to be like the thing you're doing for the entirety of the game. And people are doing it and they're not necessarily realizing that they should be doing something different in their town. And a lot of it too is like these spells, people see this loot magnet one and they're like, that's all I'm ever going to click ever. And so they'll click this and maybe they'll try to time it with the end of the battle. And then they'll just ignore that these ever even existed. Seem to have more issues with adventurers moving items to the shop faster. Yeah, and there's this too. So there is a spell to address that. By the way, I know this is not a fully fleshed out system here. It literally lets you cast these spells. There's no way to increase mana regen. Eventually we're gonna have that. We're gonna have a way of you being like, okay, get faster mana regen, unlock a new spell. Every time you cast a spell, it grants you money or something. I don't know what. Someone thought the apples were oranges. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what fruit they think they are. I don't. I'm not. I don't find that to be a problem. As long as when they click it, it does what they expect. All right, how are we looking here? Pretty good. Cool. Or rat ball's hand, am I right? They're tomato trees. Yep. Tomato on the branch. Item values are harder to read, so we're doing that. Follow up on feedback 24. This I got to do later, so let's. I can't do this on stream. I mean, I could. I just wouldn't be able to show it. I think the hi-hats are too loud in the title screen theme. It's very apparent on the Steam Deck. The guitar could be a bit louder too. I don't think I want to make this change right now, but it was this part. And to me, that actually sounds fine, but on the Steam Deck, it sounded like the hi-hats were overpowering. I wonder why that is. Maybe speaker quality. Well, out of curiosity, let's just try something really fast. Let's just lower the drum sound. This is at 25%. Let's make it 20. Let's make it like 5 just to see if it's working. It is not because I set the volume here. All right, so the way we'd have to change this then is like this. 0.05. Yeah, so that would work. And the question is just how much lower should this be? Let's see what it sounds like at 5% lower. Oh, then we also need to change this one. And then I guess it should get a tiny bit quieter than even that, 0.15. Is your PC doing surround sound? No, I just have 2 speakers. Yeah, this is better. I think I want the piano to be a tiny bit quieter. What does it set to? 52%. Let's lower that to like 47 as well. Actually, again, let's try setting it to just 5 and seeing if that actually does something. Yeah, good. Okay, so I was 47. Yeah, I want this to be a touch quieter now too. So maybe 13. Okay. Yeah. This is good. I like this. So I think we're gonna export this and use that in the game. There was one other thing I wanted to try. I don't really want to do this, but a friend suggested to me that what if I change this right there? What if I change this to a bass sound instead of a guitar sound? Let's export this before I mess something up. How about we start with that? All right, title theme.wave, replace, start. All right. I go around humming or whistling Skeleseller tunes all the time now. Oh man, I need to add more music to the game. When I watch people play and they're playing for like an hour and I hear my same 2 tracks playing the entire time, and I just start going out of my mind because I've heard these way more than other people have heard these. And now I've watched a bunch of people play them, and like I've played it on piano a bunch of times. And it's not that they're bad or anything. I'm like sick of it. So I need to make more music. All right, let's put this in game, assets, audio, music, paste. Okay. So we'll see what that sounds like eventually. But now let's try it with the bass sound in here. So we're just going to go into this and bass and try one of these. Let me grab my musical keyboard here. I like this one. Why is it not producing any sounds? What's going on? What is going on? Why is it not making any sound? I don't know what's happening there. Is it just that one? Yeah, that's working. For whatever reason, that other instrument wasn't making any sound. Or I wasn't hearing it. I don't want to do this. I think this is fine. You all heard it and I just didn't. All right. My bad. I don't know. By the way, I was just talking about these notes, the bass. I was hearing the whatever that is, xylophone or synth pluck or whatever. How do we back out of all of what I just did? Because I think I saved everything, but I don't remember for sure. I definitely exported it. We just need that to say nylon. There. Okay. So this should be what we had originally. That is definitely not what we had originally. What's that doing up there? What is that doing there? That looks like an accidental note. Okay, well, that probably made it in the final cut of this. I should probably export another one. So let's do that. There. Yeah, I'm too. Also, how's it going, Remy? Okay. Let's go put that back over here. Replace. And import. And now let's listen to it in the context of the game. We lowered the hi-hats, we lowered the piano sound, and we deleted an errant note. I think that's it. All right, so settings. The drums would have gotten quieter there maybe too. I don't know. All right, still sounds good at least on these speakers. Let me just take one more quick look at this. We have this. And what volume level are we at now? 15%? I think that's a mistake. I think we need to extend this backward, which we can't do. Ooh, that's too bad. All right, well, measure 9 is where that happens. So let's do it this way. Can I just drag this? I can. Wait, it wasn't measure 9 that I needed to care about. It was measure 17. There. I'll copy that and paste it there. And then this can't be right, can it? Oh, there's a problem there too, I think. Okay. Then we need right here for there to be another point. Why won't it let me add one? Oh, because of that. What is going on here? What am I doing? There we go. Okay, so I want it to be louder at the beginning, and then at this point, oh God, this is a mess. At this point, I want it to go down to here. There. Why is this so hard to do? All right. Now let's fix everything that we messed up here. Copy this, paste this here. And then this one can be a little bit higher. All right, how's that? Okay, I think we're good. I think we're fine. Oh. I was not expecting that to take really any amount of time. Thought it would just be a quick freebie, but it wasn't. It was not. Issues with the software returning this afternoon? You mean the third-party thing? Okay, paste this, and we're done. Third-party software that was giving issues all last week. Man, are they on it 24/7 at this point? Oh, what? This got shorter. That's concerning. Used to be 121 and now it's 119. What happened? Wait, is it because of this? What am I doing? What am I doing? We can actually make this even shorter, right? This would only further shrink the file though. It says total time is 117 now. Yeah, I think what was happening. Yeah, that must have been it. I think I must have had the drum audio going off the track. I think we should just leave it how it is. I just want to listen to the very end of it. Yeah, good. Okay, sure. It doesn't matter if we have the extra time or not, I think. But I'm just going to close this. Is there a way to close? No, but we can just make a new one and then hit no. Game install size minus a couple of bytes. Okay, so update title screen music, reduced volume of hi-hats, reduced piano volume, removed errant note. Okay. All right, so that's done. Looks like Adventures and Workers are rendering. Yeah, I did not finish writing that, but I filed the bug. All right, this issue. Is there even anything we can do about this right now? Scene instance is missing. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. So this was on 0.6.0. We need to revert back to that version of the game and then try to figure out what happened here. Before I do this, let's sync. Better not fail. Good. Oh man, there's yeah, this is such an important issue to try to figure out. And I don't know I don't know what could have caused this. Project version was this. So let's check out to that point. Git check out that. How many players have played through Idlerfest? Let me take a look. I think it was, as of yesterday, it was 170 unique users who launched the game. And as of today, it's 177. So it's not going up by all that much. Here are the numbers. I've been keeping track. And it's not necessarily through Idlerfest, it's just through Steam. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's good that there are people playing it. Here's what my concern is. My concern is that Idler Fest is indicative of probably how the game's going to do during Next Fest. I think Next Fest is sort of indicative of how the game will do during launch. Like, imagine playing Minecraft for the first time. Minecraft never existed, and it finally came out, and it was inside of some Steam festival. It would probably spread like wildfire because that's how it actually spread when the game was launched. So if people aren't like, oh man, I got to tell a friend about this game or I had a blast or something, then it means something's missing. And we're not planning on changing like the starting hour of the game too much. A lot of what I've been thinking about, okay, that's spooky. The game is just not loading. Cannot open file loading screen.tscn. I know what happened. My bad. I reverted mid game. I can't do that. Yeah. Anyway, what I was saying is I this demo represents just the starting part of the game. It's not like, oh, we took the fifth level and we use that and people are dropped in and they don't know what's going on. So even after another, let's say we had 5 years of development, yeah, there'd be some polish in the beginning, but it's not going to be a drastically different game. So if it's not catching on, it sort of indicates to me that it probably won't catch on at launch either. And I don't know what we're going to do about that. A lot of the stuff that I want to change is toward the mid game and end game. Yeah, Minecraft was really cool to experience. And I remember I played during beta and there was no adventure mode. It was just putting blocks down. And even then it was like I don't think there were fluid dynamics. I don't remember them being there, but I remember you could have a sponge block and it could clear out water. It was cool to just build stuff with people. Are you getting decent feedback? Yeah, I am. Yeah. Have you gotten into the hands of any content creators that cover games like this? No, because I'm waiting for Next Fest for that. I have some streamers I want to ask if they'll stream the game. I want to reach out to more people. I think during Idler Fest is just not super important. There was a person on YouTube who covered it, Demolition Man. Search for Skeleseller, maybe Demolition. There, this person. They got 356 views. That's pretty good. I really enjoyed their video. It was interesting because they started this video and it was almost like they had played the game before. I think maybe they had played for a little bit just to make sure it would work and everything. And they were possibly the first person who was just judging it based on what they saw and not like, oh, hey, here's what I'd like to see, or here's something else in the game that should change. It was just like, oh, cool, this is a thing and I like this. And I don't know, it was neat to watch. I'd ask as soon as you can in advance. Yeah, I have I think two or three people lined up. Um, I think getting more people without paying money would be a little bit tough. And yeah, I need to I need to put more time into marketing for sure. Yeah, I want Kevin to stream it. Kevin's gonna be the marketing engine for this. All right, so now that we have the old code, let's go and find what this corresponds to. So this is not really ours. This isn't ours. This looks like it is, but not really because it's some generated thing. Battle System 749. Does this correspond to an actual line of code? Battle stage ended. Please tell me that's the next thing. Yeah. Well, battle ended is. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe because it went through this. No, it's not called battle ended. Show end of battle screen. This is battle ended. What calls this? On battle ended. Okay. That's fine. I think it's cutting out some of the call stack here. Not sure. Yeah, I'm gonna ask Kit to stream it if he doesn't mind. I tried calling him over the weekend, but he didn't answer. So I'll give him another call at some point. It might even just be good to ask for people to ask for a wish list. Like I said, I got to put time into that. Yeah, I can't just do development. All right, and then what line in here? 290. Oh, this is really bad, if it's what I think it is. Because right here we see scene instances missing. And that's the only way that this line could ever fail. It's if we could not load this scene at all. I just don't know how that's possible. We change this line anyway so that they stay cached. But yeah, this is very spooky. There's a full log somewhere here. Maybe the full log will tell us a little bit more. Download. All right. It's a lot of errors here. And what, it's just this forever? It pretty much is. What's going on? What is this? Invalid operation exception. Collection was modified. Enumeration operation may not execute. Unfortunately, we don't know which adventurers they were using. But if this is because of the paladin, then it's a known issue. What have you done, Eocleus? I don't know what would be causing this. Attempt to disconnect a non-existent connection. Updated 3 hours ago? Is this the thing? Opened 3 hours ago. Huh. Finally have to try the game? Yeah. Yeah, look forward to hearing what you think. Do we even set any of these in the editor? Static body 2D. Static body 2D. We have a few scenes that do something like this, but I wonder if they actually connect any signals. No, it doesn't look like they do. All right, I don't know if it's that error. It might be this. Release build has tree exiting error that doesn't occur in debug build. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing. This has this. Did anyone test this in 4.4? Oh man, there's so many scary things that are happening right now. All right, let me give this a thumbs up and subscribe to this issue. All right, let's keep going through this though. There's got to be some like actual Skeleseller issues that are happening. This is the full log. So what we should see is this in here somewhere, right? We don't. That's not good. No, that's definitely not good. All right, if we just delete all of the whole attempt to disconnect a non-existent connection, and then we also delete the @disconnect thing, the log that we're left with, I guess we also get rid of this, is already connected to given callable. And then @connect. Any auto saving stuff we can delete. Auto save the game. Game saved. Saving file to. All right, so here are the actual issues that we have. This one doesn't matter. This is. Actually, wait a second. That should have been fixed, but maybe got fixed after version 0.6.0. That folder path looks familiar. Hello. There was somewhere that we stopped the rare customer thing from happening. Where was that? No available sprite IDs. I only think this is possible in the case that two rare customers try to spawn, and I changed that. What is that called? Rare customer spawn system. Yeah. When did I modify this? I hope it was in the last like 2 days, 2 weeks ago. That's not good. That's definitely not good. Something doesn't add up here though. Yeah, no, something doesn't add up. Okay, new idea. I need to have the game log its version at startup. This is necessary. Yeah. Log the game version at startup. Stop logging autosave stuff. Or maybe only log it once. Yeah, the logs could be from two different executions. This could be from something more than a week old. I think it has to be more than a week old. It's a bunch of collection was modified. Get rid of this. Is it too inefficient to timestamp it? I think it would be okay to do that. I wonder if there's a way to make Godot do that automatically. Timestamp in logs. I mean, I could obviously do this myself and put this in every single log message or funnel them all through a single log message that adds a timestamp. But yeah, it'd be nice if this was just a thing. The errors tab has timestamps for every message. The output tab doesn't have timestamps yet. If you use your own logging, you can add timestamps. Is this a proposal? What is this? Huh. Add timestamps to standard out. Why has it been open for a year and a half? No, I don't. I don't think I'm gonna do this right now anyway. Oh, okay. So this is an old version. Yeah, got it. All right. So then this one is the version where you had the issue. Campbell Soup, if you search for just like this line, do you see this in a larger log file? Because if this shows up in a larger log file, could you also upload the larger log file? If it doesn't show up in a larger one, then it might be difficult. Well, we definitely need to do this. And yeah, the autosave stuff I think is, I don't see that in the larger log file. Interesting. Okay, so here's the issue. The issue is that when I hunt down what this code corresponds to, the only way that this looks like it can fail is if it couldn't instantiate this scene, which we have basically no control over. Can this fail? If it can't cast it, but that's not a problem. Erroring on failure. I gotta look this up. Scene instance is missing. Yeah, like what in the world could do that? You sent me the log from 2 days ago. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh. No, that's not true, right? The one you sent me was wait, I'm confused. Yeah, it was from February 3rd, but this says 20 kilobytes. Yours says 2000 kilobytes. And even on Discord, it said it was like 3 megabytes, right? Oh, I deleted the lines from the file. Yeah, never mind. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I understand. Um, Something funky is happening though, and I don't know what it is because I shouldn't be seeing the errors I was seeing. Yeah, Cube Miser, that's a known issue. I gotta address that at some point too. All right, anyway, let's look this up. Scene instance is missing. Fails with the native AOT enabled in export release mode. What? Native AOT. What does that even mean? Ahead of time compilation? Is that what AOT is? Ahead of time compile code. Yeah. All right, how do I even turn that on? AOT. This is probably a C# thing. Whoa, what's this? Wendy wants to collaborate. Is this intentional? If you rated me, I'm guessing you're done streaming. I thank you for the raid, by the way. I don't know what that is. What happens if I click preview? I'm curious about this. Okay, no, offline. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna decline. Oh, I feel bad. Well, welcome in everybody. We are working through some issues. Yeah, we're just working through some issues on Skeleseller. Yeah, why don't you want to collaborate, Wendy? What a jerk. What a jerk this guy is. This is for mobile only? I'm not sure. So, to get everyone up to speed here, someone reported an issue in Skeleseller that left a battle window open, but no one was in it. So here's the problem, right? This window is fine. There's a cleric fighting a bat. This window has nothing. And we're trying to figure out why. And it's possible that it has to do with this, maybe. This was on. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is on Windows. So it can't just be a mobile thing. It appears exporting with native AOT in release mode breaks C# projects. Is this the same person? It is. Interesting. How do we turn this off? How do we turn this off? Turn off AOT. Adaptive formatting. What? Auto indenting. How to publish with native AOT. What? How do you how do you do this? Is it a thing in here? Or in this CS proj file? Huh. I search for AOT, what shows up? Nothing. Yeah, I don't know how this works. C# turn off AOT. How do I disable AOT? Search for AOT assemblies. I don't think I have this turned on. Maybe it's not caused by this. Do they have a repro? Minimal repro not applicable. Is this something you can do then through the export settings? Windows. .NET. No. Oh man, I don't know about this. Like I said, there's no real explanation for how else this could happen. It's off by default. Okay, thank you, Mario. So then we don't have this on. Oh yeah, and then there was a picture that showed that it thinks there are 3 battle windows open. Oh, that could be caused by a different problem. Oh, let me take a look at that. Oh, this is so bad. You already have the maximum number. You already have the maximum number. That's if is at max battles, which just gets the number of instant slots. Oh, because we couldn't close one. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I think that's a red herring then. I think this stuff is a real problem. So the issue seems to be that it can't load the end battle screen from disk. We get this. Then when we try to use the scene we just instantiated, we erroneously instantiated, we get that it was a null reference. I just don't know what can cause this. This seems to... I should just be filing all this into an issue. Let's do that. Yeah. Battle window with no battlers. All right, reported this on Discord. See messages here. Let me go get those messages. Copy message link. Okay, so the important parts of the log file are here. What seems to be happening is can't load end battle screen from disk. We get this. Then we try to use it. We get that it was a null reference. All right, and it seems like this Godot issue, but that requires AOT to be on, and apparently it's not on by default. Okay. So what else could cause this? Let's file this for right now. Scene instance is missing. I'll search for that again. We'll look through the closed issues. There's only one open one. No, there are no closed issues. Okay, well, let's look through their code then and find out what could make this print out. It's loading a packed scene. Man, there's some gigantic if blob here inside of a for loop, inside of a function that's like 40 lines up, huh? It's like tracking a criminal down. Oh, all right, where's our Godot file? Is this what I think it is? Yeah, git pull. Oh man, all right, then we gotta go find packed scene, ff packed scene.cpp. There it is. Load that up. And then go to the instantiate function. Gen edit state. Here. Okay, I want all of this function. Let's do it this way. Oh, that didn't work. Did that work? Yeah. Okay, so the function is only 500 lines long. And what was the name of the message that I was searching for? Scene instance is missing. Scene instance is missing. That's it. That's 118 lines down. All right, so we got to decipher this set of if statements here. Creating missing resources of class unavailable. If it's valid, then just try instantiating. Yeah. Okay, and that comes from the else here. So we don't have a placeholder instance. N.instance is greater than or equal to 0, though. What is n? Node data. Hey, Scholar. This is the code I wrote last week. So we just don't end up with a valid whatever s data is. What is s data? Equals res, which is this flag mask. The flag we're trying to get is what exactly? Oh, this is a constant. Is this decompiled or something? No, it's Godot source code. Any chance it gets removed from the cache? So it's possible, but I don't see why that would cause an issue. If we blame this file, which is probably going to take forever. Let's see how long it takes. See a loading bar at the top. Actually, that wasn't too bad. Scene instance is missing. When was this created? Last year, but when? February 13th. Okay, so it's a year ago. This is not new code. I'm actually kind of surprised that more people aren't commenting on this. Maybe they're commenting on Google and not in the, yeah, maybe this. Ah, yes. I can fully understand this. Okay. I tried this piece of code. Replace all default resource loader.load with my version and the problem went away. Oh, look, they're doing basically exactly what we're doing now. Yeah. That is scary, scary bad. Very, very bad. This is when you just use the main Godot way of loading something that it won't work. Where do we cache this stuff? We have some scene loader. I don't remember what we call it though. And I can't search my file system right now because I'm checked out to some old version. I guess we shouldn't be checked out to some old version. I think the other thing we could potentially have tried doing is exporting this and seeing if this happened. But yeah, this is probably some like wild race condition. I wonder if no, we wouldn't be able to recover from this because it could happen literally any time we instantiate a scene. And then we need graceful failure states for all of them when really there shouldn't be failures loading a scene. Any other changes I have? No. So let's go back to get reset hard. So now I'm on the new version, right? Yeah. So now I can search for our cached scenes. Here they are. And we're doing the same thing now, right? Turn scene. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So this is scary. Spent 8 hours diagnosing and searching the internet for anyone with a similar issue and finally found this post. Not seeing the crash with your fix. Wow. So we coincidentally fixed this issue by working around another issue we didn't know existed until 2 days ago. This is nuts. This is just absolutely nuts. Unless you're even calling load and instantiate in the same line. Nothing gets a ref to the first call and somehow gets unloaded on immediately. I just don't think that can be the case. Load has to be synchronous. Yeah, if we're not doing load threaded or something. I wonder if there's some Godot thread running internally which invalidates the cache, and then I don't know. Wouldn't make sense that even that would run in a threaded way. All right, this is wild. I gotta write this down somewhere. Oh man, yeah. What's the thing called in GDScript? There's load and then there's some other preload. Yeah, so we don't have anything written about preload, but I guess we should be writing this in the C# stuff. Preload. No. All right, well, whatever. I guess we're just going to write a loading scenes. So unlike GDScript, C#, or I guess the C# version of Godot doesn't have a preload function for scenes. Instead, you just have load. When you do this, Godot scene, what's it called? Resource loader. Yeah, they have a whole bunch of stuff about caching, but this is where the load function comes from, right? Yep. And preload should be here somewhere. How does that work? GDScript preload. Is it an annotation or is it an actual function call? I don't remember. No, it's an actual function call. Where does that exist then? Godot preload. Resource preloader. Oh, I see. So what, you call this with just preload? Yeah. So then this doesn't exist. Hold on a second. Maybe this does exist this whole time and I was just wrong about this. Preloader? There is a preloader. What? is there... I'm learning quite a lot right now. Is there even a thing this does in C#? I don't see any methods that are interesting. What does this say? This node is used to preload sub-resources inside a scene. So when the scene is loaded, all the resources are ready to use and can be retrieved from the preloader. GDScript has a simplified preload built in, which can be used in most situations. This is for most more advanced scenarios. But how do you even use this? It extends node. It has add resource. I didn't see that when I was looking through this. Yeah, where's add resource here? It's not there at all. It must not be static. We must have to construct one of these. I'm being stupid. Yeah. RL equals new RL.add resource. Okay, so here's where we have this stuff. So we do have the concept of preloading stuff. Interesting. Hey, Bats. Feel partly responsible for this? No, this is a good thing. In fact, if I didn't give you a point, I should give you a point. And if I already gave you a point, I'm going to give you another point. Either way, I want there to be one new point given today. Okay, so there is a resource preloader, but I don't think it works the way... Let me take a look at this. C# Godot preload scene. How do you properly instance a scene? How to change scenes? Preload is not available in C#. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to write that here. C# doesn't have a preload function for scenes reference. Instead, you just have load. When you do this, the documentation makes you think that you're caching scenes in a reliable way. But that's not actually what's happening. All right, now we gotta go find the documentation that talks about loading and caching. Where is that? Here. Yeah, and what's the best thing to link to for this? I'll just say EG here. So that's not what's happening. Now we gotta go find the Godot issue where we found out that caching isn't real. Excuse me. Where does that happen? I don't remember where we have that, but I think I know how we could find it. If we just search for cache, no, it doesn't show up here. What is this? Godot engine / Godot. If we search for that, we might find it. Vector, game setting, outline holder, signpost. No, it's not there. Maybe if I search our issues, we'll find it. This? No. And this issue? Okay, yeah, thank you. Yes. Hey, Batman. How you doing? Instead, you could... Instead, I tested this out by having a character create or instantiate a like fireball.tscn every... I'm going to write this down even though this doesn't matter. Every 3 seconds. And some of the time it wouldn't remain cached even though only 3 seconds had passed. To work around this, you'll need to keep a reference to this scene in memory. That way the scene won't get unloaded. Where's the other issue that we found now? Scene instance is missing. This also has, I mean, this is pretty much what we did, right? If the cache scenes contains this, we did it slightly differently, but yeah, this is the way to go about this. Can we link to this? Yes. And you keep a reference to the scene in memory, that way the scene won't get unloaded. It's as simple as something like this. Yeah, I'll just say like scene loader. What happened here? Are there 2 of these things? Yeah. Okay, so oh, why does it say C#? Oh, it copied it with the language? No. I guess Obsidian detected that it was that language? What? How did I get that C# thing in there? I didn't type C#, did I? I don't know how that happened. When you select copied, it copied that. When I did it this way, yeah, I don't know what I did. Right, so if you don't do something like this, it seems like you can hit a very peculiar issue whose only, yeah, a scene will sometimes not load. So it can't be instantiated. User error. Where did that go? Error scene is missing. Where'd the Campbell's soup one go? Campbell's soup. Did I spell that wrong? Oh, there's no P. Shows what I know. This. Yeah, just error scene instance is missing. And will fail to be instantiated with and I guess fails with error scene instance is missing. Then attempting to use the scene will cause another error. e.g. It's nuts. This is just nuts. Where do you even write this? Show battles screen, show end battle screen. Oh, this has changed now. Yeah, I need the old code. I guess we could just write it out manually. Yeah, let's write it out manually. Load instantiate, load calls this. Scene is what? A packed scene? All right, so packed scene. We get that. Then we call instantiate on that. Like your node. Scene dot instantiate. Yeah, your node. And then your node dot some signal plus equal some listener. Okay, that's what I want here. And it was scene instance is missing an instantiate. So it was load that failed, not instantiate. So I was looking at the wrong thing that whole time. Load failed. How does this fail? No, I did look at this. Loads a resource, caching the result, registered reset resource format loader instances are queried sequentially to find the first one which can handle the file's extension and to loading. If it fails, how does it fail though? Only if there was nothing that could handle the file. Instantiate had the error message, but I think it was because it says scene instance is missing. So we got back something from load that then couldn't be instantiated. Resource loader dot load fails. It's possible it is just instantiate failing. And it's possible that it was something like this, which is still open. I want to read this. Just released a demo to Steam and immediately got several reports that the game would not progress past the loading screen. Oh, this is the load threaded request thing. Oh my god. Oh man. Modified time. Fails a log is unhelpful. When was this? 2018? Yeah, alright. I don't know. This seems to fail. Silently. It's hard to even say. I guess if we just let's just do it this way. That way it's exactly what we had originally. Vaccine.instantiate your node equals your node. All right, except for that's not exactly what we had done, right? Oh, we're not going to move past this, are we? Bump version, here it is. But I want to look at what this used to be. Instances manager. Let's go take a look at that. Do you have any coding courses in games or otherwise you like other than yours, which I did one of? No, I don't think so. I don't tend to look at videos a lot of the time or courses when I want to learn something. Usually I just look at whatever that person probably looked at to be able to learn what they did. I think you can find out a lot through just code and documentation. If something is closed source and has bad documentation, then obviously it's pretty hard to figure out more about it. So at that point, I'll usually look at resources online and see what I can piece together. It sounds crazy that would cause it, but after seeing how the caching works, I wonder if some inner working of C# could cause it. I just don't think so. I suspect, because here's what we pretty much have, right? We have like way one is like node equals scene dot load. I'm just typing something out, right? Dot instantiate. And way two is scene dot load. And then node equals loaded scene dot instantiate. Yeah. I bet this generates the same bytecode. So I doubt it, or well, the intermediate language that .NET uses, I doubt it actually has any impact. But you could confirm that, by the way. You could make a quick program and then compare the bytecode for the two functions and see are they exactly the same. But I don't think it's probably worth it. I have done that in the past when I've been very, very like I thought that was the problem for sure, but I don't think it's the problem here. I think something else that's weird is going on, and I just still don't know what. We were trying to look at instances manager, excuse me. Then I gotta take a break after this stuff. All right, so history, we gotta go back 2 weeks in time, a week in time. I don't know. Let's just look at that one. It was before we added the scene loader. Yeah, here it was. Yeah, okay. Just making sure that that's what that looked like, and it does. So this seems to fail. More like that fails with. This fails with. It's pacing so weirdly. Scenes is missing, and then this fails with. Yeah, nuts. Well, this should help. LL viewer extension for BSC. IL viewer extension. Yeah, that could help, I guess. Also AJWL. Yeah, I still don't think it's going to be the problem. Like I said, I suspect it's producing the same intermediate language, and I don't know for sure. So after doing a little bit more investigating, I think this is caused by. Let me just close all those other tabs. There's way too much going on there. I think this is caused by this issue. Oh, it already links to the right thing. This issue, and I think it's fixed already thanks to this commit. Scene functions, this commit being this one. So I'm going to close this. But in general, anytime we see an empty battle window, it almost certainly means that an error happened just before that a different error happened. Something like that. Okay, now we close as can't repro. Yeah, I wouldn't think so either. Yeah. Yeah, also, even if it did generate different intermediate language, it would be like the difference in a function call, basically. So if that could cause an issue, it would just be that there's some like nano timing difference, but it would mean that something would be happening asynchronously, which is what I suspect is the cause of this somehow. But I don't think this sort of issue is going to get fixed for a while. Also, it's not even really being tracked, right? It's just on the forum somewhere. Well, I think we can say that this is done. And it should already be on Steam, if I'm not mistaken. No, it has to be because I pushed yesterday. Yeah. Wow, what a morning. What a morning. I'm going to take a break. This has been good so far. I'm glad I had the ability to follow up on this stuff and at least get to some reasonable conclusion. And then it's not going to hopefully bite us again in the future. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, have fun jumping, everyone. I'll be back in a little bit. Hey again. Hey Devil Dog. Hey Snow Day. Hey Zader. Close the game. Issue we were seeing the other day is that the scenes do get unloaded by themselves. Yeah. Yeah, I suspect it's that. But either way, if we have a workaround and if no one ever sees that issue again, then we should be fine. All right, this we need to do. This is dead simple. There is no way this is going to cause a problem because it's just remove two log functions. I don't think it's helpful to have this print out every single time. Auto saved the game. And then game saved. Showing it in the town, I think, is okay. And then print auto saving. I think, how about if it saves, I think we can say that you. No, I don't even think we need that. Yeah. What does dead simple mean? Very simple. Oh, cool, Never Dark. Yeah, did you try it out? Streaming, I mean? I see you have 20 followers, so I'm going to guess that you have tried it out. Oh, wait a second. You renamed your thing because I asked you about your name pronunciation before, right? Yeah. Warhame. Yeah. All right. I'll just put this here. I only saw that because you still have the same avatar as before. And I finally clicked your name this time. Hey, who cares? How's it going? How many steps are you going to be up to today? All right, game version at startup. Let's do this right from the main scene. This is ready. And the main scene is only ever used at the very opening of the game. I think we should print it out even here. Game version. We just have this saved somewhere, don't we? Actually, it had a way of doing this. Application config version. Game version label. I mean, it is this, but I feel like we should have a static thing. Public static string version, game version. Text equals game version. Then use that here. Game version label. Something's amiss here. Change to be in line with my channel rather than using my last name, which is hard to pronounce. Yeah, I think it's a more like sort of Twitch suitable name too. But I guess it all depends on how you want to be called, or if you ever, let's say, change your studio name or something like that. I wanted Adam to be in my name, but I really, really don't like that I have live at the end of my name. And I was talking to the person who has the name Adam Learns, and we were about to potentially transfer names. And then I sent my email address to them, and then I think it like auto blocked me. So then I couldn't send any messages to that person anymore. Would have dropped those 4 letters. Just a little burned out with the constant walking. Have you tried splitting it up, like 3K in the morning and 3K after lunch and 3K in the evening? Just go to their house. Whenever I never followed up. Leftist would be the kind of person to squat on the name Adam Learns for years. All right, let's try this out. All it's going to do is print out version 0.6.2 or whatever. I think there's an alpha in there too somewhere. Are you asking me we leave tonight? Do you not put your last name out there? I don't like publicize it. It's out there, but I don't. Yeah. Oh, this should say saving game. Let's just if that gets them to show up here and be like, "Hey, let's swap names," then you're a genius. The thing is, I'm willing to pay them for the name. I don't know how much I would value the name at, and I'm not some like mega streamer. I'm making like 400 a month off of Twitch. All right, this should just say saving to file path. Saving file to file path. Oh, no. It should just say saving the game. Game saved. Yeah, what am I doing? Okay, let's try that out. I like that track. Oh, you have tried this splitting it up? Yeah. All right, so when we save the game now, it says game saved. And when, I guess we can't force an autosave, but it should be printing out here somewhere. Game version 0.6.2 alpha. Yeah, good. All right, I like that. I kind of want to print out the save version as well. I don't know where that exists though. Save version. Here it is. Gamesaver.save version. Isn't there also a local settings? Yeah, there is. There's all that stuff. Okay, we're gonna print out all of that. So game version is there. Game save version. Local settings version. Okay. Hmm. Just debating. I was talking earlier about how, oh, hey, there's a bug there. The G is cut off. It's not good. Okay, let's write it down. Let's never actually make more than one step forward at a time. All right, game version, game save version, local settings version. I might as well put a period at the end. Okay, cool. I'm happy with this. Improve game logging slightly. We now print all version information at startup. We no longer print autosave messages, which were noisy. And not even really that helpful. We should eventually just have a time inside the save file. Yep, looks good, looks good, looks good, yeah. All right, let's take a look at that now. Notification box. It's this. There's no separation, or there is separation set here. How is that not high enough? Do we have clipping on? We do. Why? I think we should just turn that off. Yeah, I think that's all we have to do. Yeah, I don't know why though. Okay, well now when we launch the game, it should be. How's Idler Fest going so far? 1 billion downloads yet? I think it's already cooling off for Skeleseller. I think that we probably won't get too many more eyes on the game through Idler Fest. I don't think you can just join a festival. I think it's got to be paired with some marketing. Yeah, this looks good. Fix clips text in notification. The G in Rogue was being clipped. Is this upsetting? I don't think it's too bad, but I think the implication is concerning. So I've always kind of said that Idler Fest is not nearly as important as Next Fest. But I also think that if you were to put a game that's going to be a massive success in like 50 players' hands, excuse me, and let's say they're your target audience, those players, if they like it enough, will probably end up telling their friends about the game, and it'll sort of naturally spread through that. And maybe you can't count on that. But I guess what I'm kind of thinking about is like, if it's already sort of fizzling out a little bit during Idler Fest, what will that mean for next fest? And then what will that mean for the launch? So I'm a little concerned about that. And the main reason why is that if you think about a game as just having a beginning, a middle, and an end, and we just make it that simple, right? This is what our demo is right now. We've just taken a chunk of the beginning of the game. So some people make demos where they're like, let's drop you into level 2 and you play on one of our more action packed levels or something like that. And it's like, okay, well, they didn't really have the right intro to the game or something. This is pretty much the beginning. The only thing that's missing is maybe the intro cutscene that explains the story, but gameplay wise, it's going to be pretty much the same. So if people aren't like sharing it a ton right now, are they going to be sharing it more if we spent 10 years working on it? Should the label accommodate it? Is it a font issue? We've talked about Descenders before in the font. It might actually be a font issue. I'll bring that up with Quickie Joe. Ask about Descenders in the font. I think that maybe the G in Rogue getting clipped was a font issue. So you can participate in all of them, but only once? I thought you could only be in one of them. It's Next Fest that has the limitation of only once per game lifetime and only for unreleased games. Other festivals, you can participate in any that are applicable, but very few are going to be applicable. So if you look at Steam's festival schedule, I don't know where they have. Let's just look at the 2024 because it doesn't really matter for showing this. So it's like, okay, what would Skeleseller fit into? Not tower defense, not fighting, not rhythm, not space exploration, not this, not this. So yeah, you can be in as many festivals as you want as long as they're applicable, and there are purposely not going to be many applicable ones for like 2 years. And the reason they do that is because otherwise, I mean, it's like it's free marketing, right? You would just put every game into every festival. None of those yet. We will make a game that is all genres. Does look like the text is a little low in that image. Yeah, I'll ask about this because I'm not sure, and there were some alignment issues that we had earlier. This used to be going above the box, and then we fixed that, and now it's going below the box. There's probably some way to customize this stuff. If you add a rhythm mini game, you enter. I bet they have some wording here like that's got to be practically your whole game. Oh, they don't have Steam games rhythm festival constraints or requirements. Do they have this? Yeah, they probably had something here at some point, but I don't see anything now. Why is this showing up a bunch? Steam Rhythm Fest is on now. I don't know. Oh, I should probably put this down here. All right, tip system issues. I think it's time we tackle this. So let's go take a look. I think this issue, tip for holding an item on your cursor. Don't show this if you've already used this. Yeah. Don't show moving items tip if you've used the recycler a lot. What else do we have here? Save and load the tip system. Didn't we do this? I'm gonna mark this as I don't care. Well, maybe we should look at this before we just close it. See if saving and loading works fine. And then what's the last one here? The tip about being able to start 3 battles can show before you even have enough adventurers. Yeah. Tip about 3 battles at once. Okay. Skeleseller music has rhythm to qualify. If you use drums in your music. By the way, for what it's worth, the number of wish lists, well, it went up since then. What's it at now? 722. 722. It went up by 26. The day before it had gone up by 60 something, I think. It's 68. And yeah, the number of people who have played it, like from 11 p.m. to 9 a.m., it went up by 7. How many has it been now? Yeah, it hasn't gone up since the last time I checked. And it's been over an hour. So yeah, like no one new is launching the game anymore, it seems. I shouldn't say no one. Obviously people are, but just not a lot. All right. Let's go start working on this stuff. And just assign all of these to me. All right, just gonna get down the list. Tip for holding an item on your cursor. What is this? At the beginning of the game, I picked up a potion only to realize I cannot place it anywhere as all stands are full and I didn't yet have a slime. Originally thought of using the tip system. I think there's a better solution. Anytime you're holding an item for longer than 15 seconds, show a small pop-up near the item saying right click to drop this item. Maybe this won't be a problem once 476 is done though. What's 476? Oh, I closed this one. It's not planned. Yeah. This is a pretty elegant solution, I think. Like there's no reason for you to have any item on your cursor for that long. So if you do, we could just show you a little notification right on your cursor saying like you can right click to drop this item. Although I wonder if people wouldn't ever wait that long. And I wonder if that would get annoying. I don't know. Yeah, first tip isn't actually for this. Like I could see some usability issues for this. So what I'm picturing is you started dragging an item. You're like, how do I get rid of this? And yeah, maybe you eventually click another thing. But otherwise you'd be like, all right, I guess I'm gonna try to drop this. Hmm. Just thinking there could be a case where you're waiting for a shop to free up space, and so you're intentionally holding this item and then a dialog pops up saying like you can right click to drop this item. Is there any other thing I could do that would make this clear to people? Because the only thing I'm concerned about with this is that for whatever reason, you're like, all right, I know I can drop items with right click, but you can't dismiss the message that's showing up. As long as it's a small enough message, it shouldn't matter. As long as it takes long enough to show up. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Someone's trying to start a car outside and their alarm's going off. Show input prompts and one of the screen edges when you hold an item, and have mouse clicks with left for place and right for drop. Actually, that's true. That's what a lot of Nintendo games started doing. Breath of the Wild, Rune UI. I don't know if it would show from what I just searched. Maybe if I just search Magnesis. Yeah. So this at the bottom, when you're using the rune, it just says here what the controls are. The message could disappear after a few seconds. Doesn't have to be visible until the item is dropped. Yeah, that's true. That could probably work. I guess the problem is if you miss the message and then you don't realize how you can do this. maybe just make it disappear. I'm gonna write this over here. Talking about this on stream, there were a couple of recommendations. Do something like a lot of Nintendo games where the controls show on the screen when applicable. I want this, but in English. Here. E.g. this. And the other one is just hide the message after a few seconds. It can reappear after a while if no intent is detected. We could even show it again after some time. Multiple times. When you first send your character into battle, you can move the main view, not the battle view, around. Your cursor will be stuck there and it'll not release until you click on something. Wait a sec. When sending a character in a battle, you can move the main view. Your cursor will be stuck there. I'm not totally sure I understand. Cursor being stuck, you're saying I can move the main view around, but are you using a mouse for this? Or are you on something like a Steam Deck? Extend a video when you get home. Okay, yeah, I'd be curious to see that. Wait, yes, as in mouse. Yeah, maybe. Let me just load this up really fast. Would it change much if we expanded the shop by one more row? We could add this as an expensive town perk. I don't think there's a need for more than 10 items in the shop. But I'm also not sure what we're going to end up with. Yeah, I think this is one of those things where we need to know what other systems we have in the game. Like, let's say we do have an item consolidation thing where, sure, you can sell a blue potion for 3 gold, but you could sell a 5x blue potion for more than 5x the amount, 50 gold. At this point, if this is still considered one item, then it's like you're selling 5 at once. So you actually don't even need like 5 spaces maybe. So it all depends on what we end up with. Take care, TJ. As a mouse. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, so let's see. If we load this up, this is what Who Cares is talking about. We can send the first character into battle. So we click this. You can't move this and you can't move this. That's all expected. But then once the character's in battle, nothing should feel stuck anymore. So now you should be able to move this. And I don't know if there's something that feels like it's stuck down here. This is just you can't interact with the battle window, I guess. Just thinking about the fact we'll have way more instances. Yeah, but at some point we need to think about other systems in the game too. So it's possible we end up with 15 item slots, but I don't know if we should do it yet. Okay, let's go back to this. So I think I like the idea of the just hiding the message thing, because with this we don't really have complicated controls a lot of the time, and it's just when you're dragging an item. In fact, it could just always show in small text like you can right click to drop the item. Oh, I guess that's not going to be that small. I actually kind of wonder what that would look like. Player held item. Displayed held item. Yeah, so we could just have a label that shows up too. Let's try that really fast. Private label. I'll just call this testeroni for right now. I don't feel like coming up with this stuff. There is no ready function in here. All right. Well, the right click to drop, the thing that I think would be a little confusing about that is you might be like, oh, this lets me place it. Like that's what some people might consider that to be dropping an item, like dropping it on a display. But yeah, I'm not sure. And a lot of this is just like, we'll have to test it anyway. All right, so testeroni equals a new label. Text equals, you can right click. Yeah, let's see what it looks like if I just do that. Right click to drop. Then add child, and then hide it. And then when you make the displayed held item, so this dot global position and anything else that we do here, stop holding item. We could just hide this. And start holding item, we could show this. Okay, let's try that out. I agree, JWL. I totally agree. That's the difference between place and drop. I'm just worried that players won't see it the same way. Yeah. All right, so this is the cheapo way of doing things. Let's see what this looks like. Unfortunately, this is in camera space. So it's gigantic right now. Yeah, but anyway, that general idea is kind of what I was thinking. We just put it in screen space like a tooltip and also make it look pretty much just like the tooltip, I guess. Or what do we have? We have that scroll thing somewhere. What is that? Yeah, this. Is that the same graphic as the tooltip? It probably is. Yes. Yeah, so I think that's what we would do here. We just make a tiny tooltip-ish kind of thing and render a label like that. All right, well, it should be pretty simple to do, right? Excuse me, is player held item a scene? No. No, wait, it is. Well, it's a node. Wait, what? Where do we make this? Oh, I see. It's just inside of the town. Where is that? Huh, I don't see it. Oh, because it's a script on top of some other node. What's the node called? Player held item. What? It's in town viewport. Why didn't I see it? Oh, it's right there. So this would be inside a viewport. We could give this a label underneath this, or we could just show it. I think let's see what we do for that whole wait for you battle automatically. Here it is. This is just a label and it's in auto fight notification. And that is what, a panel container? Yeah. Yeah, so I need this to be in a canvas layer, I think. Is that what that is? Canvas layer. Yeah, I think we can do that. So original Pepper, I'll demystify this a little bit at least. Twitch has like an ad program essentially that you can say if you run at least 3 minutes of ads every hour, then you won't get any pre-roll ads anymore. And pre-roll ads are kind of like a big deterrent for new viewers. Because imagine you're just browsing through and you're like, oh, that looks like a cool channel. Let me check that out. And you get there and it's like, oh, there's a minute of ads before you can even watch it. So I just opted into this a month or two ago. And Twitch wants you to do this to the point where they even give you like plus 20% ad revenue or something like that. So now I get an extra, whatever, dollar per day. And you happen to come in at the time when it was showing all of the ads, I guess. So I'm not manually triggering those ads. I don't really pay attention to them anyway. Like, yeah, they run sometimes. I don't stop what I'm talking about. All right, so I'm gonna add this here, but I want to make this its own scene eventually. Canvas layer and a child node under that for the label. And then make this label look like this one. This does not have a theme. Oh, it's a panel, not a label. And the panel has the theme of tooltip theme. Okay. Well, more reason to make a custom scene eventually. Panel container, label underneath that. Give this the theme tooltip. And the label should say something like right click to drop. Now let's move this whole thing somewhere. We need that to have linear. Wait, what? It's blurry. That's strange, but I think it has to do with being under a viewport. Like maybe we want this to be in this canvas layer. I bet if we just move this here, it would look clearer. Yeah. That's the problem. Rasterizing things underneath a viewport, I guess. Huh. Hey, Fern, how you doing? Nice being able to hang out yesterday for a bit. You put the item held prompt label outside the viewport and set it in the item held thingy in the editor so that the ladder can stay in the viewport. Yeah, I think we would need to do something like that. I'm curious if I saw 3 minutes of ads. I think 3 minutes ran. You might not have seen all 3 minutes though. Looks really nice. I would think it was just one texture, not a UI element. This, yeah. I like the paper image. Yeah, so I think we would need to pass this in. I wonder if there's a generic way around that though. But yeah, we'd essentially just have a like a notification thing, almost like a tooltip. Put this in here and delete that. And call this something like contextual tip. And it should eventually encapsulate its own label. I'm not going to do that yet. And let's hide that for now. And then let's have player held. What is inner UI? Oh, I see. That's fine. And then player held item should have a reference to that thing. So we search for export. Actually, player held item probably just has the town. It does, but I don't think I want to do things that way. And before I forget, let me write this down too. Make sure the new contextual tip is in its own scene and probably use that tip for the adventurers automatically fighting thing. Where's that? Did I close it? Yeah, here it is. For that. Oh yeah. So now let's get to the next part of this. This can go into here. Cool. This is going to be a panel container, contextual tip. We save that. Fields should not follow property. Sure love that. Then we need to build. And then we should be able to associate it inside here and then use it, of course. I got to do that. It says please build. It should be, oh, yeah, it's done now. Okay, so now we can assign this to here. Save. I did not just press save, so I don't know what I did. Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. All right, got it. And then we use that instead of this testeroni thing. And eventually there should be functions that control this too. So we don't need this. That can all go away. This is going to be set the global position of this. And then this is going to be, where's the label here? Hide, show. Oh, every time we show it, we need to set the text. So get node label text equals right click to drop. And then we delete this and say set through code. All right, let's try that out. Thought Twitch got rid of Kappa? No, they got rid of Bible Thump. And they got rid of PogChamp. Well, they changed PogChamp, but I think Bible Thump doesn't even go anywhere anymore. Like it doesn't show anything. That's probably, yeah, that's coming from FFC. They replaced it with Big Sad. Just a knockoff version of Bible Thump. And yeah, PogChamp is now the OS Komodo or whatever. What was it called? I don't know. Komodo hype. Are they the same? Or is their eyes slightly different? This has a yellower eye. They are different. Huh. Is that because of IP infringement? I don't think there was any infringement. I think they were licensed to use this and possibly it cost them some money and they thought we'll pay an artist $20 and just make an emote. And yeah, that's the route they went, I guess. All right, so now I pick up an item and we should see this thing on the cursor. Yeah, it's just in the totally wrong spot. It's floating off in the middle of nowhere. Why is that? We're setting it to global position. I wonder if I did this. We need to get the... Yeah, I don't know how we should do this. Abby's still a better remote. I agree. It should be setting its global position. It looks like it's off by a factor of 2. Is it related to zoom? It does look like it's related to zoom. Oh, what am I doing? We just wanted to be the mouse position, right? I think get local mouse position. We'll eventually figure this out. Reminds me of the recent drama of global AI emote. What happened? I don't think I've been following that. It's still off. Okay, let's take a look at the scene here. The mouse and screen coordinates. Yeah, we don't care about the global mouse position. And then the tip, it should be its regular position. I wonder if we do need to set this as global position and then use just the local mouse position. I don't know. But after this, yeah, I was going to say, I probably should actually be thinking about this instead of doing what I'm doing. The camera zoom is still taking effect though. Is there a way to get in this canvas item? Oh, I see. It's the contextual tip mouse position. And get global is what? In the canvas layer that this canvas item is using. Oh, what? You can do get global on even that? Okay, maybe that's what I want then. Check what tooltip is doing. Yeah, that's a good idea. That would be smarter than what I'm doing right now. There was a new global emote made by AI and people went nuts. Oh, nice. We did it. Okay. Let's see what next. What next? What next? We wanted to check what tooltip did anyway, just to make sure we did this the same way. Global position. Oh, clamp to screen. I'm not clamping this to the screen. I don't really think it's a problem though with the item in particular. Like if this goes off the screen, then it means you're at the edge of the screen anyway. So yeah. So little things I think we should do is only pop this thing up after a little bit of time, center it. I mean, the centering thing should be pretty simple. Global position equals this minus new, yeah, minus that. Except for not really. It's just size dot x. Hey, Potato, how you doing? Yeah, and then the fading in and out, turning this into its own class. I mean, we got the basics of this working. You know what? I shouldn't keep doing this. Let's go to town, skip tutorial, and just say grant items. That way they pop out of the portal to begin with. Does it overlap with other tooltips like signpost? I'll have to take a look. I guess the contextual tips, I don't actually know what should happen. They're showing up beneath the tooltip right now. I feel like that's good. Yeah, I think that's what I would want to have happen. Because this is almost like parenthetical text. Now, depending on where you, no, it's not depending on where you drag the item from. Why is that overlapping now? Huh. I guess 16 isn't enough. This is the global mouse position. Yeah, I guess we could just make this be like 30 or something. Finished work a while ago, chilling. How about you? I'm doing well. Yesterday was a pretty productive day. I got a lot of little things done. I just organized my list. I can't tell you how much of a load off my mind it is when this list is just the stuff it's supposed to contain. Like the entire point of this top section is it's just supposed to contain the important things, and then I should have everything else in a backlog or on GitHub. And yes, this document is now 48 pages long, so there's a lot to look through, but it's not here, and that's important. All right, is this looking better? Yeah, that's looking good. All right, next we only show it after a certain amount of time. Let's go put this in its own scene. Let's try to reuse it for the other thing here too. This had an animation player, which was specifically for this. It modulated in and then it freed itself at the end. It's kind of interesting. I wonder if we should make one every time we need it and not just show or hide it. I think it all depends on what we're going to be using this for. I mean, I only have the one use right now. Two uses, I guess. So this is contextual tip. We use it for your very first battle to say that battles are automated. And we use it when holding an item for too long to tell you that to tell you how to drop it. What else might we use this for? That may help determine whether we only want one of these or multiple. Develop it. That's practically your name. Del it. Yeah, contextual tips. Like, what else do I want to use them for? Let me think about this. I think we should have multiple. We should probably allow for multiple. So if we're going to allow for multiple, then that means that the fading in and fading out should happen somewhere. I mean, making a set of tweens that does this is very easy. Where's the label that's supposed to show up here? Why isn't this rendering anything? Oh, because of the animation player being there? Yeah. Do you prefer Godot over Unity with C Sharp? I haven't used Unity for real in a very long time. So I think yes, but not because of any super informed decision. Like the last time I'd say I seriously used Unity was probably 2015. So it's just been a long time. Yeah, I also have fade functions. So I think what I'm going to do. Oh, and then this is also a different size and possibly different positioning as well. And this needs to be anchored differently. You know what? Maybe we should just leave this as its own thing then. Yeah. Like, yeah. I think that's my conclusion here. I think having this be its own scene is totally fine. And then contextual tip can be its own scene. So it's a contextual tip with a label. And you position it where you want, and we give it some functions for where to put it and how to show it and everything. Sure. Let's do that. All right, so show this thing, reset its location, transform, goodbye. All right, hide it over here. Give this thing a script. Create that. Give it a label. GD ready, get the label. Put this in a namespace. Game source scene scripts UI. Okay. So there's our contextual tip. We want this to be whatever we were doing inside a player held item. I guess show and hide is easy enough, but we really want it to probably fade in and fade out. So public void fade in, fade functions dot fade in. Takes in the item, a duration, and some tweens. So item is this, duration, I don't know, 5.5 seconds, I mean. And then fade out. Actually, I guess the user of this class could do this. Maybe there is no point in doing that. Let's do it here. We have the contextual tip, but I think this is even going to create the contextual tip. Like I said, it all comes down to do we want multiples or not. Does tooltip have an ordering change? It does. 15. Won't this be an issue with signs and stuff? I guess not. No. I didn't mean signs, I meant trees. But yeah, it's working because there's a canvas layer on top of all that. Okay. So the question is just, do we create one of these things and then have this thing be the owner of it all and store it inside the UI layer where this should go? Yeah, I'll need a container to add them to. Yeah. But there's only, yeah, I think it's better to do it that way. I think I'm going to do that. Okay, so instead of exporting a panel container, we're going to export a canvas layer. Canvas layer. And then we need to keep track of our contextual tip. Actually, this might be null at some point. I guess we could just create a one. Yeah. Hooey. All right. So this is going to be a new tip. And then we add it to the canvas layer and we hide it. I guess we could just put this in here, visible equals false. How does this get constructed? Oh, other way around, like that. Yeah. All right, so it's hidden. We need to set its label. Public void set text. String text. Should just be able to fill in the rest for me. All right, set it to right click to drop. So we add it, it's hidden. We want to show this and we want to position it here. Good. And then these are going to change. So instead of hiding it, we're going to say fade functions dot fade out. And then fade in over here. Good. We build this and then set the container over here properly. Wait, yeah, like that. Canvas layer is this. Save and run. Do you have it anywhere? Sick of typing that for I don't think so, but I'll put them online really fast. Dark shared that with me actually. I didn't even make that. Oh, I have a dispose one in there too. Where should I put this? GitHub gist. So what is the name of this file? C#.json? Create public, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. All right, are we looking okay now? I think so. Yeah, it should just work. So now it's going to fade in immediately. It does not seem like it worked. Oh, right, because there were a million issues, and I just ignored them. Set text on contextual tip. Is it because we didn't add that as a child yet? Yeah. And then we need to wait a certain amount of time for this too. It's still not working. This isn't ready. It gets the label. There is no problem with that, right? Huh. Strange. Make a new one of these, add it. By adding it, it should have its ready called. So maybe the label is not where I think it is. No, it's definitely where I think it is. It's called the right thing. All right, let's put a breakpoint here and here. Strange. Strange indeed. We're getting set text called before ready is called, but the add child call is right here. That is very bizarre. Do you give it the script in the editor? No, I probably forgot to do that. No, I did that. Yeah, weird. What basic thing am I omitting at this point? I'll put a breakpoint here. The only thing I could think of is that I need to like change a line of code so that it calls this. No, it's definitely calling this. This should trigger its ready function and it doesn't. Very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. Ready to be called the next frame? It shouldn't be. It should be as soon as you call add child on it. When is ready called? When a node and all of its children have entered the scene tree. I wonder if we change this to enter tree. Although I don't think that should have any impact. All we know is this isn't getting called at all. It is getting called now. Except for it's getting called multiple times. Oh, node not found label relative to panel container. What is going on? Something weird is happening. Is this actually a contextual tip? Yes. And it says label not found. Something is amiss. Is the error message I got was not clean? Managed to find it, being a simple missing quotation marks? Oh yeah, the label's not there yet, of course. Right. So it's just the ready isn't being called in the at the time I expect it to be called. What's weird is we do this pattern like everywhere else and it works just fine. Maybe because this is not marked as visible. I actually wonder if that's the reason. And that down here we need to set this to hide. Man, that would be something. I'd be a little surprised if that were the case. Did it work? No, it still didn't work. Well, I don't have an explanation for this. Create it that sets the private property. It still wouldn't work if the label doesn't exist, unless you're suggesting that I set a string and then once this is ready, we set the label based on the string. It's just why is this happening all of a sudden when, like I said, nothing else seems to work that way? We almost always call dot init on something right after adding it. Like there we do this. Ignoring this stuff, but like, okay, there we do it. I meant that, yes, but also shouldn't you be instantiating it if it's a custom scene? Oh my God, yes. That's the part I'm missing. It wasn't a custom scene originally. Now it is. My bad. God, I do this all the time. All right, scene paths, contextual tip is inside UI / here. All right. Yeah. I don't give Kevin as many points because Kevin is actually officially working on the game. But yes, normally that would be a point-worthy thing. Okay, so now it's fading in and fading out. The fade out should probably be a little bit faster. Also, I know it was showing up to begin with. That was a little strange because this hide call is right there. Where's the fade out? Here it is. Or whoops, that's fade in. Why is that showing up? Today's calling it deferred. Oh, I guess wouldn't have worked because yeah, I was just using the wrong thing. It says it's showing. Is it because there's a bug there? There is. And we're still running into this? What? Clearly, I am of the highest caliber of programmer to be able to figure this out. Oh, it's not called instantiate scene. It is. What am I missing here? Okay, I'm gonna put a breakpoint on this again. It must be the wrong order still, although now I definitely don't understand why. Yeah. It does have ready get called on it eventually. Is this something about canvas layers? But okay, I get that I might need to wait. But what I don't understand is why does this only seem to happen here? What would cause that? Do ready called after one frame. Ready called again if you remove. Why is it being called twice? I swear I'm missing something so basic here. Let's just look at any other place where we instantiate a scene. Instantiate, we add it. We should eventually be able to initialize this stuff somewhere. Yeah, instantiate, add child, init. And init doesn't have any problems with some node not existing, right? I guess we don't do anything with the bulletin board here. Maybe we keep looking. Wait, is that really the problem? That we just literally never do anything in the init function that requires something that was set and ready? No, this requires the sprite to exist? No, maybe it doesn't. Seriously? Text equals text. This hasn't even been added yet. Huh. Maybe I'm wrong about how this works then. Skill button. Get no. This for this to work means that yeah, maybe something weird is going on with the canvas layer. I wonder if we just specified the container where I want this thing to be held, or the canvas layer where I want it to be held is like inner UI or something. It's always gonna be a canvas layer though. It doesn't really matter probably. I don't know. Yeah. I think it'd be weird to hold on to the text of the label. I think instead we should just defer the call to set text. It's just bizarre. Alternatively, we could defer it all the way down to the bottom of this. Yeah, very bizarre. All right, what is it called? Deferred. Strange. And how would we even do this? The way I want to do this. I want to call set text. They don't have a call defer that lets you pass in an arbitrary action. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Process frame? Is that what the thing is that we have here? All right, what if I did this? You have to call this string. Oh, I guess we could call deferred on this. And then, yeah, name of set text. Can we get the name of that? And then we can pass in anything else we want. All right, let's try that. It's ugly, but if it works, then I'll move on because we're not at anything important here. Yeah, so now ready's getting called first, and then the set is presumably getting called. Yeah, nice. Everything looks great now. Yeah. All right, well, the only other thing I wanted to do here is only have this thing show up after a certain amount of time of holding the item down. Because you might not care about how to drop it at first. It might just be if you're holding it for like 5 seconds. So when you start holding it, it's just going to start a timer. And then after like 5 seconds, it's going to fade in the tip. And then we could cycle it if we need to. I think just showing it no matter what is probably fine though. So yeah, let's go get a timer. All right, we'll call this the drop item tip timer. This is nullable here because we free it. We never. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't need to do that in this case though. All right, let's set one of those up too, right? Drop tip timer. New, I don't think we need a name for this. I think it's okay. One shot equals false. Add child. We don't start it yet. And on timeout, we say show drop item tip. We're getting there. I know this took a while. All right, so now we would fade in. And the part where we fade in would just be starting the timer. Maybe for 5 seconds, yeah. Well, let's see what that looks like. Label.methodName.setText. I think doing it based on the function is fine. Plus that way, if we press F12 on set text, we'd be able to find that. All right, so we're holding an item. We're holding it for like 5 seconds. How do we drop this? How do I get rid of this thing off my mouse? I'm trying to shake the mouse for a bit, and then it's like, oh, right click to drop. Okay. Yeah. So I think that's good, right? That seemed pretty usable. Oh, it's fading in again after some time? That seems wrong. I definitely just witnessed that though, right? Yeah, it's happening over and over and over. Oh, one shot should have been set to true. I'm just not paying attention. Aliens developer. Yeah. Okay, so ignoring the part about it cycling there. Does this seem good? I almost wonder if we should lower the amount of time, because the amount of time it takes a reasonable person to make it over to here is not 5 seconds. And if it shows up a little bit sooner, it's not a big deal because you can just ignore it. Well, I do wonder if we should do the like cycle it on and off thing. Oh, that's another thing I didn't think about. The zoom level is going to be how much of the item it covers. We could also show this in the tutorial. The problem with showing something once and then never again is that people tend to forget. And it might not be relevant at the time we tell them at the beginning. Like you might play the entire game and never need to drop an item. You might just always have a destination for it, or you might instead choose a different destination when you don't have the original one that you wanted. You might be like, oh, I want to put this potion in the shop. Oh, it's full? Okay, let me put it on the slime instead. And never run into that issue. So I do like this. Something I need to keep in mind is that my cursor is gigantic. So it looks like there's overlap here for me. I mean, there is overlap here for me, but there probably won't be for other people. Do a mini quiz game. I really like the idea. And there was some forum or some game that I signed up for years and years and years ago that actually asked some like grammar questions. And for a forum, it's like, okay, you could kind of see that back in the day. Now I think it'd be silly to do that sort of thing. But it is kind of funny. You're just like, hey, this thing that we taught you earlier, do you remember it? And you answer wrong, and it's just like you lose, game over. They totally not banned in Mnemonic. Okay, so I think this is all set, and we can check this in. Oh, except for that. This has to be moved. This also shouldn't be checked in. But yeah, that was the whole feature. I know that took a long time, but it shouldn't have. Yeah, it's just you drag an item. I kind of want to lower it to like 4 seconds. Might not even be obvious that it's there. No, I think it's good. Yeah, I'll leave it like that. All right, let's review this one more time. Okay, add the tip. Make sure I can point to the canvas layer. Sounds good. There's a label inside the tip. Drop item tip timer. Keep track of that. Instantiates this stuff. Sounds good. Positions this correctly. Oh, I wonder if this should just be like position beneath mouse. There should just be something that does this. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. I like that a little bit better than what we have here. Global position. Contextual tip dot position beneath mouse centered. Okay. And then that's just going to go there. Public, do that. Oh, gotta get rid of the dots as well. Oh, and that one too. Do you need to differentiate whether that something is in the camera or the screen? Does it work out the same? Since it's a contextual tip, it should always be in the screen space, so I think it should be fine. And it's the mouse, so it should be based on where that mouse is. But anyway, if we run into a problem in the future, we just change that function slightly. I wonder if this should fade out even faster than 1/4 of a second. Yeah, maybe slightly faster. And like just barely faster, 0.2. All right, let's look through that again. We got to here. That looks good. That looks good. Good, 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 bad. Good and good. Yeah, cool. Whew. One more issue done. Add tip for how to drop an item. Fixes this after 5 seconds of holding an item. You will now be told how to drop that item. This, yeah, let's see. It just fly away. I think stuff like that would be kind of cool to do. You've always got to be careful that people don't interpret it as a bug, though. So it's got to be like obviously intentional. Otherwise, people might be like, "Oh, there was a bug that happened. This thing just flew away." Also, something else I was thinking about. Oh, I spent a lot of time going through feedback. Just a lot of time. I watched like 3 hours worth of video the other night. And I was wondering, am I spending too much time on this stuff? And there are a couple things that made me wonder about. Like, one, what if I just didn't read all of the feedback? Two, what if I used AI to help find the important stuff? Could it even do that reasonably well? And three, what was the other thing that I was going to say? Oh, yeah, what if we made a public issue tracker and left this up to players? Because right now, the process is look through the video or the written feedback, then like write it somewhere, and then eventually prioritize it, and then eventually tackle it. These obviously need to happen no matter what, but the write it somewhere is like, well, if we had a public issue tracker, I wouldn't need to write it somewhere. I'd still be looking through it, but then we could just have a priority assigned right on the issue itself. Also, people could see each other's issues and they could see if something was reported. That might cut down on the volume a little bit. But then we would have 2 issue trackers. And we'd still probably need to get it all in a 1 issue tracker so that I could close them through commits. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I think I'm just going to stick with what I've been doing. Also have experience or a base for your next game's public issue tracker. Well, we had one for the last game. Wait, no, we didn't. What we had was a reporter through the game that filed it to GitHub automatically and associated certain information that was really helpful. I just didn't feel like putting in that time for this game. Big problems with 2 because I don't trust it. 3 seems better. They allow pointing to multiple repos. I'm not sure. There might be a way to like copy an issue from another repo or something. Yeah. Anyway, I think there are really 2 parts of why I think feedback is getting to be a little overwhelming. One is just a mental thing. It just feels overwhelming when there's a lot of it that I haven't looked through or that I haven't filed. And 2 is that it takes time. So yeah, cutting down the time is good, but maybe just cutting down on me feeling like I'm overwhelmed is better. Tip system tip about dragging items probably shouldn't even show up if you use the recycler more than say 3 times, since it means you know how to drag items. Yeah, there's something to be said for it's possible that you accidentally recycled an item once or maybe twice, but 3 times, that's very unlikely. So yeah, I think if you did this 3 times, then we could change this around. There's another thing that I kind of wonder about. This should probably be changed to a contextual tip that's always in screen coordinates. Yeah, should probably do that. Change the slime's hover text to be a contextual tip so that it's always in screen coordinates. Maybe make the font size bigger. Maybe use a rich text label for that. That would have been smart. Yeah. Probably should do this no matter what. Yeah, that was another thing, I think, which is that there is a flood of feedback at particular times, like a checkpoint being launched, the festival starting. In a week, there probably just won't be any feedback to look through anyway. Did I figure out the Windows 2x scale issue? Which one was that? Yeah, if you remind me of the issue, I could probably tell you. I think we did figure it out, but I don't remember what the issue was. Want to conflict with the item tip? What are we talking about? Yeah, it could. It's kind of interesting is that what we could do is we could have it so that when you drag an item, it says something like, okay, I'll wait for this thing to pop up. Yeah. So it could say something like the item that you're dragging, almost like I'm hovering over it. It could say hooded cloak, the value of it, and it could say at the bottom of this, right click to drop. I don't know if we should do that. Alternatively, what we could do here is when you're hovering over this, we stop showing the right click to drop one. Actually, I think it'd be fine to, well, we'll just test it out. We'll see how it goes. Window mode 2x scale, bottom of the game is out of the screen. Yes, we fixed that. Yeah. That was a matter of us setting the minimum window size, and we just no longer set the minimum window size based on the camera zoom. Right. I know what you're saying, Kevin. The reason I mentioned this thing about what if we showed the tooltip beneath it is, what if we also showed like you could feed this to the slime for 14 gold? And that way we wouldn't even need one for the slime. But I think it's okay to just have 2 of them, and we'll see how it looks. Does that many items ever drop in normal gameplay? Oh, that like the number you see popping out of the portal? No. Or at least it's not the plan that happens. It's possible that we eventually get to that point. But yeah, not to begin with. All right, so at some point we should track how many items have we used in the recycler. This is the first time we're going to modify the save file in such a way that I don't want to break existing save files. So how would we do this? Is there recycler save data? There is. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so we're just going to put in a public int testeroni here. And I want to see if we can get this to not break the save file. And I don't know how we do that. So let's just try loading this and trying to load the game. Because we need some like default value, but it's not loaded every single time. Did that just break something? It didn't break something, but it's probably, let's go to the recycler. And in load, we're going to print out loaded from the save file plus save data dot that. And then let's load up the actual save file. CD library Skeleseller save. Did I do something wrong? Is it not called save? Oh, it's in save data. Save.json. All right, there's no tester or anything in here. Let's try running this one more time. It should be loading it as 0, but let's say I wanted the default to be 5. Where would I do that? I don't want it to be 5. I want it to be 0, so I guess we're just fine right now. All right, hit load. It says nothing. Oh, because we don't have the... No, what? That's not good. Does this get called? If the recycler save data is not null, recycler save data, it's not null. We're getting the recycler back. This must be something that gets hit, right? Okay. It is not null. Oh, there's a 0 there for that. Then we call this. Then it should print this out. 0. Oh my God, because it got loaded in it. Oh, I keep forgetting that. Okay, yeah, we're filtering out those messages. So it was printing, I just wasn't seeing it because we get all of this stuff too, which I'd love to just not have any of these print out. How do we do that? Godot skipping loaded symbols. Godot skipping loaded symbols spam. How do I fix this red spam? That's not what I want. Does anybody comment on this? Seriously? No one has said anything. Viewing in Visual Studio. Oh, wait, is this a VS Code thing? It's not a Godot thing? Debugger option, just my code is enabled. Oh my goodness, I had no idea. How do we do that? VS Code, just my code? How do I disable this? Adding just my code false to launch doesn't work. You need to add a separate config like below. Just my code. It's this one, I guess. Can I just add this in here? I don't know what the implication of doing this is, but I think it'll stop those annoying log messages. Did it? Nope. Now it's got different log messages. No. There's no winning. How do I get to just not spam me about this stuff? Because I don't really care what it's loading. Well, just my code, I think, defaults to true, which is why it's... Well, I guess let's just try it, I guess. But I think it is changing the messages that we're getting out of this. Yeah, so now it says modules optimized, but before it said something else. Anyway, VS Code C# stop printing loaded symbols. Module load false, that's it? Oh. Why did I not know about this? Why did I look into this earlier? Hey, Stockton had to step away. Did I figure it out? I think so. Or at least I figured it out to the level that I'm comfortable with. The short story is there was a problem loading a scene. So then when we tried instantiating that scene, it would be null. And then that caused a battle window to look empty. But really, the problem was that we couldn't load a scene. So now, why couldn't we load a scene? I think it has to do with how Godot caches things. So we put in our own caching, and I think that should fix things. So basically, if you look at this, this is pretty close to the whole description of everything that we ran into. Oh my God, look at that. Yeah, now it doesn't print that stuff. How do we get this to not print out either? You may only use Visual Studio Debugger with Visual Studio Code. Can we not have that print out? Also, I gotta write this down before I forget. This is fantastic. Can I upvote this? Thanks for the feedback. You need at least 15 reputation. So stupid. I've been on Stack Overflow for years and I have, what is that, 11 reputation? Oh man. I feel like you should just get one reputation per year for free so that after 15 years you can upvote issues. That's not a problem, right? All right, so where do we write this down? Launch.json. Where are you? Then you just run this and now we're creating launch.json. By default, launch.json won't disable module load logging, which is noisy on startup. I suggest disabling it with this. In one of your configurations. Suggest disabling it by adding this to your configurations. Cool. Can you send the page? I mean, sure. I don't think you need to upvote it for me, excuse me. Check other properties inside logging. One may control the other thing. Yeah, good call. Let's see. I was just gonna Google it. Console usage, diagnostics, exceptions, thread. I don't see something there. ESDBG. They might not want you to cut this log message out, which that's fine. It's not as long as the other one. Remove this log message. And we could remove it with VS Code. Debug.net. How to disable message. Open launch. Change the console setting to integrated terminal from internal console. What? Console integrated terminal. This is the default? Routed through the debug console. Run inside the integrated terminal. Wonder what that... No, I don't like that. At least I don't think I like that. Doesn't print that thing though. But yeah, now there's this at the top. How do we trigger a log message? I don't even know what logs anything in the game anymore. Not saving. Loading does. So it won't be in the debug console anymore. So we don't have filtering. Yeah, it runs my shell, but like functionally I want to see what's the big difference. And I don't think I want this. Is there any other way to remove that though? Delete.vs code. Now your debugger automatic default. Wow, thanks bot project. Eh. Okay. Try a breakpoint. I would assume that would still work totally fine. Oh, no, it didn't. Yeah, because I loaded and I have this breakpoint here. Oh, well, whatever. I guess we get rid of that. I don't want to. It's six of one, half a dozen of another. Either we have these lines, which take up, I guess it's like six, and this is only three. But all right, well, here's what we can do. We can just write you may only use. Done. And what are the odds that this ever shows up in a string? Because if it does, I'm going to forget that this is even written here. We can just write more of the string. Nice. Nice. Wait, that didn't break in either, though. What's going on? I got rid of the console thing. Oh, it didn't print anything out. Oh, this should be a minus? No, an exclamation mark? Drat, it didn't work. Yeah, you can't put quotation marks there. I'd have to write VSDBG here. There we go. There we go. We've done it. Now, why is this not breaking in? I actually have two breakpoints and neither one's getting hit. And it's also not causing any errors. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Now this got hit. Oh, I don't have recycler. Oh, because I stayed on that screen for longer than 5 minutes and it auto-saved over the file where I had the recycler. Oh, so we probably had breakpoints working in the other. Okay, fine, let's try it just for academic sake. Where did that go? There. So now I'm guessing the breakpoint will work. Yes, it does. Okay. Okay. There's another spammy message at the beginning that says this dot dot dot. You can use the integrated terminal to remove that, or you can simply type BSDBG into, what is this, the filter? Yeah. Into the filter in VS Code's debug console to remove that message. Does the breakpoint leave you in the terminal or does it move you to the debug console? I think it leaves me in the terminal. But I don't want to do that because the debug console has this filtering here, which I think is nice. Although I guess the terminal probably has normal copy paste. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not too concerned. I just didn't want there to be a bunch of spam every time I start this up. And I think we've gotten rid of the spam now. So now when I launch the game, it's just going to be this stuff. How nice. Okay, so yeah, how would I default this to a value that is not 0? Because it's going to get loaded in as 0. Yeah, I don't know. I had a weird buffer either. C# JSON default value if not exists. JSON.net, I'm not using that. I'm using whatever the built-in thing is. Default value. You have JSON property name here. Yeah, I wonder if we can just do that. Let's just find out. Where did it even go? Here. JSON nope, there's no default value. Default system.component. What is that? I don't even know. Let's go find out. C# JSON. My goodness, I have a lot written down. System.text.json. Text.json default value. Crows, thanks for the resub. I got your today command. Right there. How you doing, Crows? Equivalent of default value during converting my Newtonsoft implementation. As noted in issue 38,878, system.text.json option to ignore default values in serialization and deserialization. As of .NET 3, there is no equivalent. .NET 5 and later introduces condition, which has the following values. Custom default values applied via default value attribute. This didn't exist. Oh, it is in component model. I didn't expect it to be there. I thought it'd be in JSON. Oh, well, excuse me. Default value 5. Okay, how's that work now? Can you just do equals whatever? I don't think so. Because I've tried that before, but I don't remember why it doesn't work. All right, so let's see if this is working. We probably don't have the recycler saved here. Yes, it's null. So if we try loading the game, it's, I guess, still going to be null. So this was pointless. Okay, well, let's just fill it in ourselves. What does it look like, or what did it look like? Hunger value, and that was a double. Hunger value 0.5. I don't know, I'm just making up a number. All right, now we try loading, and now it won't be null. But the integer is loaded as 0. We do that in local settings. Been busy with work. Yeah, I've also been busy with work, but things have been going pretty well. I feel like hopefully things are back to normal. I think today's been a pretty good day so far. Feels like a normal day. I felt like Monday was not a normal day. I was kind of just running around doing a bunch of feedback stuff and looking at metrics. What does this even do then? Like, we're reading. Yeah, I guess if we go back to load, and I might try what Kevin had suggested in a sec, but load from save data. Oh, I see. This comes from somewhere else. Game saver. We deserialize everything here. And then, yeah, I'll save data like this. What are the options? Type info resolver, converters. How often do I miss Unity? I've only used Unity for like 3 months of my life. So I pretty much never miss it. But I mean, that's like, imagine if one winter you went snowboarding or something, and then 20 years later somebody asked you like, hey, how much do you miss snowboarding? You'd probably be like, it just doesn't register on my radar. You also have to use JSON property. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Thank you for linking that. Let's see how that works. This should come from system.text. Whoop, nope, that's not what I want. System.text.json.property. Where does that come from? Because JSON property might be the non-default stuff. Yeah, this is talking about JSON.net. We're not using JSON.net. I haven't used Unreal yet, no. All right, yeah, let's see. Let's just see what happens. Set this to 5. And then relaunch this. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah, we get this as 5. So now I want to try saving that. Passeroni equals 9999. So we're gonna load, we're gonna save, we're gonna load, and it should say 9999 that time. And we can probably just delete these other things. Oh, it's gonna print out anyway. So I guess we don't even need to do anything special. We don't even need breakpoints. All right, let's just look at the logs then. So we do exactly what I just said. We load, should say 5. What? It didn't say anything. Do we not have the recycler? Here's my save data. No, it exists. What's going on? All right, I guess let's set a breakpoint here. Shows I don't know what I'm talking about. Has built recycler is false. Oh my God. Oh, I know. I hacked the save file myself and I just set the recycler data, but I never set has built recycler. We don't need this to exist, I think. Yeah, I think we can just check for the existence of the save data. Yeah, I don't think this is needed, is it? Yeah, I don't think this is needed. I also don't think it really matters, but it did make this a little bit harder. Deserialize as TSV, tab separated values. I like JSON as a format. I think it's good. Let's take a look at what this looks like. Oh no, I don't think this works well for something like this. I think this is nice when you have tabular data that you want to see in table form in the save file itself. Yeah. I figured because of the winky face, but still I hadn't heard of it. They're comma separated values. All right, so we just gotta set this to true and then reload this. And now we can get rid of our breakpoint. Load, it should say 5, save, and then load, it should say 9999. Okay, yeah, I guess that's all we need to do. I guess that wasn't hard. Why did I think that didn't work? There must have been something I was thinking about. General notes. Okay, so loading, setting default values on load. I guess we're gonna just save something like this. Value with default, or like, I don't know, what should we say here? Some like, I'm trying to come up with a fake save scenario for something. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Game save data, num lives. Yeah. Just use the default. Use the C# defaults. No special attributes. No need for special attributes, yeah. Num lives doesn't exist in JSON. It'll be loaded as 5. Okay. This was not speculation. This was an academic pursuit for right now because we actually want the default to be 0. So it might seem like all of that was for nothing, but we're almost certainly going to use this in the future. So what we want to do is we want to keep track of how many items have you recycled. Num items recycled. And we start that as 0, so we don't need to specify anything. I don't know why that turned white. Probably just my syntax highlighter broke. Oh, what time is it? It's almost lunchtime. Okay, so now the recyclers should keep track of this themselves. Loaded from the save file. We don't need this or that. Private int num items recycled. Oh, we need a way of fetching this at some point. So we should probably just make this public. Yeah. Public int num items recycled. Get private set. Semicolon not needed. Testeroni not needed. Okay. When loading, set that. And every time you sell, we need to increment it. Where does selling happen? Drop off item. Yeah. Okay, easy. Now I guess let's go test it, although this should be pretty straightforward. I do have that testeroni property in there in the JSON file. I wonder if that's going to break everything. It might just ignore it. And it might fail completely. No, it seems to have worked. If we were to save now, it should save that we have 0 items recycled. Num items recycled 0, yeah. So now let's go recycle some items. 1, 2, 3, 4. Save. Yeah, cool. While we're at it, should we also save how much money you've gotten by recycling items? Probably. I don't see why not. Do we know how much money you got? No, we don't. Because it could be modified here. Oh, try it. No, I'll hold off on this one then. Well, I know that technically we don't end up modifying it here, but we probably want to at some point because we'll have slime perks. Yeah, I don't want it to be misleading and I don't want to fix that right now. So what are we going to do? We're going to not show a tip if you've already recycled enough items. Tip system, manual item pickup. It's currently a timed tip. There's got to be like timed tip with conditions. This extends from tip. Tip has hazmat conditions to close. No, it just needs to be a custom tip then. Also, is 15 minutes long enough? You don't really need to pick up items until... Do people even need this tip at all? Did I do all this for nothing? Oh my God, because at some point you're gonna, if you don't know you can manually move items, you're, ooh, that's a problem. Well, 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 I'm glad we looked at that. Stop holding item apparently isn't always called. Huh. Curious. Okay, I'll just take a picture of this for now so I don't totally sidetrack myself. The tip never, or the contextual tip never goes away. Is that happening? Showing right now. I guess as soon as you start dragging an item, it should go away. But yeah, if I drop it over here, maybe it's because I picked up another item too quickly. No. Oh, I think it's at the timer. Never gets stopped. Yes, the timer never gets stopped. My bad. I know. Fade out and then the drop timer dot stop. Yeah. Okay, that fixes that. Let's close out of that thing. Yeah, anyway, this tip about you can manually move items. So if you don't know this, then you will probably accumulate too many items. If you accumulate too many items, you will be able to unlock the slime. The slime costs 1 gold. There's no reason not to buy them. You'll eventually click them and they'll say this right here. Drag items to me and I'll eat them. And if you didn't know you could drag items, then now you know you can drag items. And you might be like, oh, I could also drag them over to here. Look at that. They're glowing. So I don't think there's a problem. I think we can just get rid of this tip altogether and just chalk all this up to a waste of time. Honestly, I think that's what I'm going to do because I don't think that tip has been helping people. All right. Well, sometimes you win, sometimes you waste a bunch of time. Yeah, why would I buy a slime? Yes, that is possible. Although people will see their items disappear. Yeah. Hey, Alien Musk. All right, let's delete it. So what was it called? Manual item pickup? All right, here's where we got to be careful. We've got to delete this, but we can never reuse its ID unless we bump game versions. Oh, Drat, now it's going to complain about this. CA 1027. Powers of 2 or combinations of other values. This isn't even correct. To reduce false positives, it doesn't report a violation for enumerations that have contiguous values. Yeah, but these aren't contiguous, but they're not powers of 2. At least not integer powers of 2. This rule is configurable. I think we just delete this completely. Wait, what? These aren't powers of 2. Why would you put... What is flags attribute? Oh, I see. Okay, it doesn't need to be power of 2. It just needs to be used as though it's power of 2. Wait, no, hold on. This makes no sense. Yeah, this makes no sense. If it's used as a bit field, maybe it's reinterpreting these as bit numbers. But even that wouldn't make sense, I think. Yeah, I don't understand this. The way I would expect this to be written out would be like red equals 1, yellow equals 2, so then orange equals 3. Because when you set the 1 bit and the 2 bit, both of these colors are on, and that's like setting orange. I just, yeah, I don't understand that. Are there comments on these pages? No. All right, well, I think we're just going to gut this rule. We don't do any bitwise operations anyway, and if we do, I don't know if this rule is going to help. So let's just delete this. CA 1027. Editor config. CA 1027. And what was the, there it is. Mark enums with flag attribute. This just isn't helpful. We won't always have contiguous. Well, okay, there's another thing we could do. We could just say like unused deleted equals 5. But then if we ever delete another one, we would have to name it something else. So I think we're just going to get rid of it. We won't always have contiguous enumerations if we delete values. And we can't reuse the deleted values without writing a save migration, which just isn't worth it and is more error prone. Unused deleted 5. Final version. Okay. Well, that's that. All right, so tip is just gone, right? Yeah. Stop flagging CA 1027. I guess we should associate this with the thing that's actually going to make the change. Oh, this is a launch that gets checked in. Interesting. I should probably add this all over the place, huh? There. All right. Stop noisy logging for us devs. This is fix bug with the drop item tip. I wasn't stopping the timer, so the tip would show forever. If you dropped an item, or if you stopped holding an item within 5 seconds. It's really not forever, it's indefinitely. Forever would imply you could never hide it. All right, then we're storing number of items recycled. I'm actually okay with that. We're not using it for anything, but it's okay to do. Save num items recycled. This was supposed to be for this, but I decided that the tip just isn't helpful. So I'm going to delete it entirely. However, we'll probably eventually want this stat. So I'll start saving it now. Despite altering save files, this doesn't cause migration issues since it's a brand new value. So you could set the value as obsolete. You can add description attributes to the values. Interesting. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. So let's try that. Get rid of that. Put this back. Mark that this is obsolete. And then what? You have to put a string there. Provide a message. Do not forget to remove this deprecated code someday. Oh my God, seriously? So no matter what, it's just going to tell us some kind of issue here. This class cannot be inherited. This. I don't know. I think we'll just delete it. Oh, I don't know. I'm torn. If you have it here and you mark it as obsolete, then there's no way you'll reuse the number 5 again. Yeah. Out of curiosity, has anyone else ever talked about this? Let's do... Hmm. I don't see anything. All right, yeah, I think we're just going to go with this way then. We'll just delete this. Create our own unused, but we need to make this aware of it. I'm just not sure this is worth it. All right, so this is going to fix this issue, quote unquote fix. Remove tip about manually moving items. I think it's going to be apparent that you can move items once you unlock the garbage slime. I think most people will unlock the garbage slime. Fixes this. Usually see a build warning if something references that obsolete item. Yeah, but it'll just be a build error if something references it now because it won't exist. I yeah, I'm torn because on one hand, maybe at some point in the future we would benefit from this flag I'm turning off. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Yeah. I should say we'll unlock it naturally. This gets rid of CA 1027 from our editor config because we now have a non-contiguous enumeration that doesn't represent flags, bitwise flags. How fun. All right, well, not too bad. You can always re-enable this for launch. We can. Yeah, we can. I guess what's going to happen now is that there will be save files that can show that they had tip number 5 show up. In fact, we might even have that in our save file. I don't have that open anymore. Tip, shown tips. So we say 5 here and then load this. That was a problem, by the way. It looked like the contextual tip showed even on the game menu. I gotta take a look at that. So there were no issues loading this, right? Yeah, there's just gonna be a tip shown that. Actually, I don't know about that. Shown tips. I guess they're just integer values anyway, tip IDs. There could be an issue with this though. Which is, what if we ever iterate over these and we're like, we've shown you 10 tips, so you get an achievement or something. Yeah, maybe what we should do is in the tip system, when you load from a save file, that we get rid of any of these that don't correspond to a valid tip. Remove where any IDs where tip ID. How do we do this? There's some like enumeration functions, get valid values. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Tip ID, yeah. We'd remove none if it were there. Yeah, I think that's fine. Get valid values for tip ID. Contains ID. Yeah. Okay, and then we should, instead of doing this every single time, we should just do this once. Valid tip IDs equals this. Oh, it's IEnumerable though. We should make it a hash set or something. Okay. There. So if we just print out, let's not even print anything out. Let's just put a breakpoint there. And then run this. So now where our save file shows that we have tip 5, but tip 5 doesn't actually exist. So it should get removed. Excuse me. Hey, Misty, it's going pretty well. How are you doing? All right, so now we load. Should break in here. And shown tip should be nothing. Yes, good. Now to make sure that it worked, let's put in 0 and let's put in 4 as well. And then load it again. Load. It should just show 4 now. Higher adventure. That's probably correct. Yeah, higher adventure. Neat. If there's union with, is there a multiply with? You can use with the valid ones. I don't know what multiply with would even be. But I'm happy enough with this. This might not be the most efficient way of doing things, but it's just when you load, which is triggered by a manual user action. And yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Just do a union of this, intersect with I enumerable other. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is clear. That's a good suggestion. Now, what's the problem here? Cannot convert from void. Oh, intersect with doesn't actually take that? Okay. So either way, we're going to need another line. Because it modifies one of these. And we don't want to modify what was in the save data, I guess. We want to modify shown tips. Yeah, so we would just do it this way. All right. And then let's put our thing over here, g.print. I think this is nicer. Whenever we delete an enumeration value, we should probably do this. Man. All right, so now we load. That did not break in because I didn't have a breakpoint. And now we should see 4 there. Higher adventure. Yeah, perfect. All right, great. So let's check that in. We'll amend the commit we just had. I didn't mean to launch the game again, so it's gonna preempt me pretty soon. Amend. This is wrong. I wanted to amend a commit from before. Drat. How do I not check this in? VS code don't amend commit. How do I not? There's some how to exit a get merge asking for commit message. I want that for VS code though. Oh god, this is stupid. Come on. How can I quit? Here it is. Not this. I'd have to avoid through there. There's some way to do this. It maybe delete all of the lines of this file or something. I don't know. I don't know how to stop this process. Possible to edit. I think normally I do this through merging. I don't know. I think if it's empty, it'll, okay. Empty, oh, it says right there, empty message aborts a commit. Okay, then there we go. Commit operation was canceled. Good. So fix small issue loading obsolete tips. I just realized that earlier when I removed tip ID 5 from the enumeration, that it's possible that save files still contain 5 in them. It wouldn't cause an error now, but at some point in the future, maybe we do something based on the number of tips we've shown, at which point we would remember an obsolete tip. Now, when loading from the save data, we make sure we only retain valid values. Yeah, it generally fails. Yeah, and I didn't realize it said that right in the message below. I always Googled it, and for whatever context I had Googled it for, it showed up in the first result, which is why I didn't write it in my notes. Because my general rule of thumb is like, if you can find it in 3 seconds of searching, then probably don't write a note on it because you can find it in 3 seconds in the future. But this time I did not find it because I was doing it through some other context. Hey, 3D Extended. Okay. So I marked this as completed, and this commit message says why I don't think we need this. So let's just write a quick comment here. Why I just deleted the tip altogether. Well, I might as well just copy paste this in. That's why this tip no longer exists. Yeah, comment. How are your wish lists doing? Is Idlefest worth it? I mean, Idlefest is worth it even if we got like 2 wish lists because joining it was pretty straightforward. We got plus 68 yesterday, and I think it was plus 26 today. So I don't think it's going to be very much, if any, tomorrow. But it'll be impossible to tell if they came from Idlerfest because I'm also streaming. And that's probably why this number was inflated a little bit yesterday too, because the day before I had been streaming. By the way, if anyone has not wish listed the game yet, it's currently an Idlerfest, which is why you see this at the top there. But yeah, it's a free action to add it to your wish list. Also, I did just find out, I was talking to Ski about this yesterday. There's a demo, I forgot what it's called. There's a demo that has reviews on it. Let me see if I can find it really fast. Possibly many of them have. Oh yeah, a lot of these have reviews. No, this has a, what am I doing? These aren't demos. Yeah, this for example. And I didn't even know this was possible. So here you see it's got 111 reviews and they're all positive. The reason this is possible is because this is a separate page from the main app. So this number ends in 610. The main app ends in 540. This does not have reviews because this doesn't exist yet. I don't know if this is a good move. For them, obviously it was a good move because they have all positive reviews. But yeah, what happens if there are rough edges, someone hits a crash, they give you a negative review? Yeah, I'm not sure. But I think more people would have probably commented on our game if there'd just been the typical review system. What's the total amount? I think it is, yeah, 722. And we can see how many impressions there have been for the game. The number is also slowing down a lot. I don't know why the visits over time isn't rendering anything. Here's the impressions graph. Why isn't this rendering anything? Huh. I don't know about that. But yeah, impressions over time peaked 2 days ago. That's when I was streaming. That's when the festival just started. That's when we were probably higher ranked in the demos thing. Oh, and I guess you can see free demos hub. Yeah, I'm guessing this is going to drop to practically 0. So what are these other ones? Browse search results. That's also dropping. But Steam client friend in-game notification is going up. No, it's not. It's dropping as well. Okay, everything's dropping. Did you set any swags about what you wanted to hit? What is swag? Some kind of specific actionable goal? Huh, weird. You've been searching for this, doesn't show anything. Oh, scientific guess. I see. No, I didn't. What I've pretty much said is it should just be as much as possible. I think for next fest, I'd originally said I wanted to be at more than 1,000 wish lists. but now we're almost there anyway. And next fest isn't for another, well, like 19 days, I think. Yeah, I think 19 days because it's the 24th. Like slightly less than 19 days because it's past 10 a.m. But um, I think in 19 days, if we got another like 20 wish lists per day, actually, that's probably hopeful. I don't know how much we were averaging before. But anyway, even if we got 10 per day, that brings us pretty much to 1,000. So yeah, I think for Idler Fest, it'd be awesome to get above 1,500 because that would mean 500 new wish lists. Um, but look, I think things are going pretty well. The other thing I think is important here, although this is biased now for a different reason, we've got the feedback. Oh, I didn't look at the forums today, I think. Let me take a look really fast. No, nothing new. Excuse me. These are people who submitted responses through probably Steam. It doesn't have to be Steam. It could have been through Itch. But I had fun playing the game. Most people strongly agreed, and one person just agreed. Although a couple of these people were people through the stream. The original surveys that I had, I felt were biased because they were mostly people who knew me. But now I think it's biased because they're mostly people who had fun enough to get to the point where they were like, yeah, sure, I'll fill out the feedback. So yeah, I don't know. But I did find, I don't know who this person is, but I don't think they're in the stream. I think they just stumbled on the demo themselves. They're, okay, what is this person's name? Demolition Man? Okay, I do not know how to find this. Oh, hey, look at this. Here's another random person who made this, a video on this. Fully AFK. I wouldn't say it's fully AFK. Hey, another person who did this too. Atomic, 51 minutes. Well, 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 I'm going to have to watch these videos. I didn't even see these. Huh. Watch these random videos and comment on them. I'm a little worried by that first one because it only says 34 minutes. So maybe they edited their video or something. What did they get to at the end of the game? They beat the dragon. Then they only played for a tiny bit longer. Yeah, maybe they edited some stuff out. All right, so this one and this one. What is that colon doing there? Are there any other ones? The one I was thinking about, and I don't know how, this one. Yeah, I watched this person's video. I really enjoyed watching this. Like I said, I'm pretty sure this is like a total stranger to me on the internet. I don't think they've ever seen the stream or they've never been in chat. And they just had fun playing the game. And we've already made it slightly better since then. I left a comment, hey, I'm the creator, thanks for playing, etc., etc. And they're like, hey, could I cover this in the future? Would you give me a Steam key? And I'm like, yeah, of course. Watch them live. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to play other people's copyrighted stuff on here. I don't think they would mind necessarily, but they look like they're small creators. And if, let's say, I have 100 viewers and I'm watching a video, then that's like a bunch of people who then wouldn't watch it themselves. Seems even cooler than reviews in Steam. Yeah, it's nice that people are doing that. What I'd like to see too at some point is if people ever stream it on Twitch. It looks like they have not. I guess I could just click here and click videos. Yeah, only Pies did it. And that was fun too. It's nice to see this stuff. What I'm going to do a push for is for Next Fest. I'm going to reach out to other streamers. So I've got like 2 to 3 in mind. If any of you watch any variety game streamers or small streamers, large streamers, doesn't matter, and you're like, oh hey, there's a game I've been following for a while. I think Next Fest is the time to do that because that's when I want to be like fully ready. It's February 24th to March 3rd. And I think the most important dates are the 24th and the 25th because on those days, from what I understand, it's all about showing a lot of different games on Steam. I don't know if this is true, but their algorithm kind of prioritizes even some of the less popular games. But then for the remaining days, I think they're like, now we're just going to show you the popular stuff. Let's try to eventually line our own wallets, right? And like make sure that we're pushing the things that are going to be even more wish list rather than, random indie game that was an asset flip number 472 that's never going to get 2 wish lists. Have I participated in any game jams? Only like, I was gonna say only one that I made, but it wasn't really even a game jam. But no, I think the general answer is no, I haven't. Jump Royale, the game that we play on the breaks here, that was something that I originally made in 3 days, and I was trying to treat it sort of like a game jam, but it's not like anyone else made a game for this as well. But then we put some more work into it afterward. I strongly recommend. Great experience. Yeah, I think it can be a lot of fun. I think it can give you some variety in what you normally code. Piero, please do not take my messages, but I'm happy to have you here, and I'm happy to still read everything you just typed. Just put it all into one message. Yeah, people giving feedback. I think those kind of touch points are also really motivating for people. When you think about motivation, there's the intrinsic motivation that comes from yourself and the extrinsic motivation that you get from other people. And I think ideally you have a combination of these things. And at first, you probably won't have a lot of external motivation. It'll probably be like, I want to make a game because I want to make this game. But then at some point, it's like, well, now you got players, or you got people who are excited about it, or you got a Discord around it. And then I think they can help fuel your own motivation for it too. If you end up needing some more testing or feedback after major features or updates, let me know and I can do another run through. Yeah, thank you, CubeMeister. Yeah, I want to see how this all kind of progresses from here too, because if we do have these sort of just kind of random people making videos on this, I think that's really helpful because they don't know me. They're not going to hopefully be reserved at all in their feedback, and they're going to be a brand new set of eyes on the game. And I hope this doesn't sound bad, but I think the most important segment of users is people who've never seen the game, because that's who's going to eventually stumble on, they're going to go to Steam and they're going to see somewhere on here that like, oh, hey, here's this game. Like, does this look appealing to me? And if they do find it appealing and they try the demo, maybe we'll still have one in the future, or they download and play it. It's like, will they be able to acclimate themselves well enough? Do they find it fun? Are they hooked? I think the feedback you get out of game jams could really help you shape your skills as a game dev. I want to start getting into some jams as I improve. Yeah, and remember, you don't necessarily need a jam. It's just like you can make a resolution. If it's not January 1st, you can always just say, I'm going to do X in my life, and then just commit to X. So same thing, if you just want to make a game, just set out to make a game. I think one of the really, really nice things about jams or hackathons is the built-in scope constraint. Like, you can only do so much in 3 days. Even the most talented team of the most talented programmers in the world, you can only do so much in 3 days. So you're guaranteed to have scoped your game down, or to just not finish it and have a very ambitious scope. But I think that helps a lot for new devs, especially. Because otherwise it's like, oh, we'll just add this feature and this feature and this feature and just keep going. And after your game jam, you can definitely do that. But for the game jam, I don't think it's a good idea. All right, we made some pretty good progress today. I'm going to fill out the journal for now, although we're not done for the day. Let's write this down. Okay, so I felt like today was a normal day again, and that I was making pretty steady progress. Worked on, yeah, addressing feedback. That's what probably the next 3 weeks is going to look like. At least this part, worked on addressing feedback. Hopefully the steady progress part is true too. Gem helped to really grind it out in the end though. I coded so much because I wanted to publish something that runs well and is fun. Yeah. Also, getting all that feedback, how to improve, is really valuable, and it's cool to try out other people and see they have the same struggles. Yeah, I like the community aspect. There's obviously the game development community at large, but then in a game jam, there's a community that forms around just that little realm, and then it just sort of poofs out into nothingness afterward. And you might have met people you could work on a future game on. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. Hey, Corex. Hope you're doing well. Just curious if you saw my feedback I sent through the Google form. No need to give it any special consideration. I believe I did. I am not reviewing feedback on stream typically, but I think I got this. And I think I think you were feedback number 6, if I recall correctly. Let me take a look. No, you were number 5. Yeah, you were number 5. And I have read it, but I haven't processed it. So generally, what I mean by that is, like, I haven't written any items about it, or I haven't filed issues or something. Love to watch a game jam entry done by the current Skeleseller team. Oh, man. I am definitely very focused for the next few weeks, but I would like to after next fest, the big thing I want to change is maybe reintroduce mentoring again and then change my pace slightly so that I'm not like booking it toward the finish line. I think next fest is going to be about polishing what we have, and after next fest it's going to be like new features for mid and end game. Let's see how that goes. No, yeah, and thank you, Corax. Thank you for even providing it. Yeah, and then we're gonna do this stuff. We're gonna make new content, new content, new items, new content, new items, new weapons. I mean, the AI just gets me. I'm really looking forward to the new polearm types for mid game. I think that's gonna be the most anticipated user feature. All right, don't show moving item tip if you use a recycler a lot. So this is done, right? Yeah. All right, well, we've made some progress. It made the dumbest suggestion yesterday. I forgot what I even typed, but I typed like 10 words and it filled the entire buffer with something. I think I said something like the resolution is too low, but I can't figure out why and I think it typed something out, but it's not even suggesting anything right now. I don't know. Probably detected there was a markdown file and that's why it happened. Tip about 3 battles at once. What is this? Oh, I gotta get lunch. Control before having 2 adventurers. Keep track of whether you started multiple. Only show the tip if you haven't done it. You might not want to do it though. One thing we've got to be really careful about in the game is that only one tip can show at a time. And currently, a tip, like tips don't always auto hide themselves when you've done the thing they're telling you about. As an example, you might say something like, you have a skill point to spend. If you spend it, the tip goes away. So there's no problem. Like we know what it is we're trying to get you to do, and we know when you've done it, so we can make the tip go away. If this didn't happen, we didn't make the tip go away, it would just stay on the screen. And while it's on the screen, you can't get another tip. So we have a tip that says something like, you just beat the dragon. That's the end of the game for now. A lot of people never see this because they just never clear out one of their old tips, and we don't do it for them. So then finally, after like 12 minutes or something, they close that tip and they're like, what? I just beat the dragon. No, I didn't. And that's confusing. So we've got to do something about that. The thing with this tip is there's a tip that says you can start up to 3 battles at the same time. So we're trying to tell you about 3 battles. You could start multiple and then we could hide the tip. But the problem is you might read this and say, okay, I get it. And then not dismiss the tip and then not want to actually act on it. And then it just stays up forever. I guess you could do the same thing with skill points, but that's much less likely. So we could make this just hide itself after a while or show itself again. I don't know. Maybe there should be a pop-up when you beat the final boss, like the level up message. Yeah, there was a lot of information I wanted to put into that. Also, it was just kind of a stopgap thing to say, hey, there's no more content. Yeah, I think the thing about them going away after some time and then coming back, I think that could be helpful. But we got to be careful that it's not just going to keep cycling through tips you don't care about. Maybe this one just disappears after a minute, and if you didn't even read it, like you AFK'd for that time, then it just doesn't show up again. I feel like the game should probably tell you. Maybe what we do then is if you're more than 30 minutes into the game and you haven't seen this, then we show it. Yeah. Also probably shouldn't show this until at least 30 minutes into the game. Then if you don't do anything about it for, say, 5 minutes. It's just tough to say this stuff because it is an idle game. Let me hide it again. I'm not sure. All right, well, whatever. It's lunchtime anyway. We'll worry about that stuff later. Yeah. I'm feeling pretty good though. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get going for now. It's 12:20. I'm gonna be back in about an hour. And then after I'm back, I'll be back for, I don't know, 2 to 3 hours. We'll just keep doing more of this stuff. Does the notification center help? Like tips that aren't closed can stay there? I think it could. I want to be careful not to overwhelm with the UI. I'm not saying the UI is perfect as is, but I think a notification center would be the kind of thing where maybe some users just never check it. Maybe, I don't know. I think information redundancy when it comes to teaching is really important. So like there should be little contextual tips and then maybe the tip system tips and then maybe some like nudges in the game through graphics or shaders or something. Anyway, I'm going to end with the same thing I always do, which is the best thing you can do to help if you have not already clicked wishlist is to wishlist the game. And then the second best thing you can do is to share this with other people who might like the game. We're trying to get as many wish lists as possible so we can rise up in these festivals. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll be back in about an hour and I will hopefully be well fed. Take care and I will see you all later.